I haven't really used it much. So let's make sure we're live. Let's make sure we're live. I see me live on this one. Can you see me? Am I live? All right, let's try this out. It sounds like we've been live for about 8 seconds. No. Okay. Yes or no? I hear myself now. I hear myself now. All right, that was a little bit of madness, but welcome everybody to Hash Church Season 12, Episode 12, the CannaBrand Solution Show. And let me just figure this all out because I got things to do and people to see and screens to share. So we're going to start by shouting out CannaBrand. I don't have their logo because it was so small, so I'm going to show their page. And that is what we'll do for these guys. And then we'll go into my live stream here. Here we go. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I'm very excited for this episode today. This week on Hash Church, we were going to be welcoming the team from CannaBrand Solutions for a deep dive into the evolving world of cannabis branding, product design, and the future of premium extraction presentation. CannaBrand Solutions has been quietly helping shape the way top-tier cannabis brands bring their products to market, from packaging innovations to branding strategies that actually connect with the consumers. On this episode, we'll talk about how thoughtful branding, presentation, and product design can elevate solventless culture and help authentic brands stand out in an increasingly crowded marketplace. We'll also be unveiling something special, the official release of the new Vision Box all-in-one for the Bubbleman brand. Sleek new device presents a major step forward for the brand as we prepare to launch Bubbleman brand products in Colorado and New Mexico later this month. The Vision Box AIO all-in-one is designed to deliver a single, powerful, and flavorful experience, bringing solventless culture to a wider audience while maintaining the quality and authenticity our community expects. Future of solventless products in the legal market. As always, Hash Church will bring together growers, hash makers, industry innovators, and passionate members of the community for another lively discussion rooted in cannabis culture. So that is what we're going to be doing today. I also, of course, am going to be shouting out the Press Club and Puffco. I just have to go to a different page for that, so bear with me. Lots of different pages for this today, let me tell you. There we go. Hop on over here and share. Yeah, I'm a mess. What can I say? What can I say? At Hash Church, we believe that how you make hash matters just as much as what you make. Craft consistency and respect for the process are everything, and that's why we're proud to be supported by the Press Club. The Press Club has become a trusted name in solventless production, creating well-engineered rosin presses, accessories, and tools designed for people who take this work seriously. Whether you're pressing at home or dialing in a professional workflow, from the precision-built press to their thoughtful accessories and hardware, Press Club helps makers focus on what matters most: quality in, quality out. Geez, I'm really fucking tongue-tied today. We're genuinely grateful for the Press Club's support of Hash Church, our guests, and the wider solventless community, and their commitment to education, craftsmanship, and accessibility helps push the culture forward. Support the companies that support the craft. Visit pressclub.co, check out their presses and tools, and take your solventless game to the next level. You can use the hash code HashChurch10 for a little discount. At Hash Church, we talk a lot about ritual, respect for the plant, and elevating the experience, and that's exactly why we're proud to be supported by Puffco. Puffco continues to set the standards for modern consumption with tools built for people who truly care about flavor, temperature, and intentional use. From the Puffco Peak Pro, with the 3D XL bowl delivering consistent heat, bigger hits, and unmatched terp expression, to the Proxy redefining modular ritual-based consumption, and the Pivot bringing true Puffco performance into a compact everyday format. These aren't gadgets, they're purpose-built tools for hash and solventless, and we're genuinely grateful for Puffco's continued support of Hash Church, our guests, and our community. Their belief in education, culture, and quality helps us keep these conversations alive. You can support the brands that support the culture by visiting puffco.com, explore their lineup, and experience what intentional design really feels like. Elevate the ritual. All right, well, I managed to get that done. We got 5 people waiting in the room, so let's let them all in. Got a whole crew here, which is awesome. Love it. All right, welcome everybody. Whole crew of you guys waiting to be let in all at once. Now, where is my, oh, there we go. Wouldn't it be funny if no one could hear a thing I was saying? It happens. Let me tell you, it happens. Welcome, everybody. Look at that. A whole crew. We got Steven driving around looking for bars.
Yeah, my internet went out, so I had to find a strip mall with internet.
Dude, it's great that you're feeling a little bit of the Hash Church vibe that I feel every single Sunday when I do Hash Church. There's always something that occurs like that. So stoked to have you guys in. Stoked to have Danny in. Danny is I guess my main contact and a founder at CannaBrand Solutions and a fellow snowboarder. He's been supporting Legends of Hash and all sorts of different cannabis events, and just been just a brother from another mother, dude. So it's good to see you freshly back from China.
Yeah, great to see you, Marcus. China was awesome.
Yeah, I bet it looked awesome. I mean, you sent me videos of you guys snowboarding indoors. That's something I've never done.
Yeah, it was middle of our trip, and we're like, you know what? They have the largest indoor snow thing in the world in Shenzhen, and we're like, we got to do it.
Is that what they call it? The snow thing?
The snow thing. It's a big complex. They got snow in the thing, and the thing just has a bunch of snow.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts. And Mark, were you there with Danny? Was that you with him?
That was me. Yeah, that was one of my harebrained ideas to go and do that. Yeah, after never snowboarding indoors, we had to do it. Why not? When in China.
I thought it was super cool. You guys even went full blown and had like the turtle bum pads.
Which fashion over function. For sure. Yeah, the locals were loving it. I think Danny and I might have been the top two contenders in there that day as far as skills go. But the fashion statement of the turtle butt pads and knee pads threw us over the edge. We were definitely winning.
Awesome. Well, it's good to have you here as well, Mark. We've known each other for some time, seen each other at shows, and kind of two ships passing in the night, always having some good conversations about snowboarding. So hopefully you guys make it up to Whistler here eventually. Maybe we'll make it down to Colorado one day if they ever get snow again.
Love that.
Yeah,
well, nothing here. Sorry about that.
Shout out to my Colorado team. We got Drew in the house, who runs sales in Colorado and has been crushing it for the Bubbleman brand. And Daniel is my partner down in Colorado as well. So he was like, man, I don't like have any social media. I don't go on Instagram. I'm like, this is kind of a trippy thing. It's like, dude, welcome to the trippy thing. You're on Hash Church, Dan.
Well, appreciate it, Marcus.
Yeah, for sure, dude. I'm excited to get into the conversation with you guys today. As always, it's always been fun. Everything we've ever done with CannaBrand Solutions. You guys are, I've always said it, you guys are just not your average vape pen company. You know what I mean? Like, to me, a vape pen company is some Chinese woman who's picked a Western name, and she's reaching out to me on LinkedIn and asking me if I need any vape hardware. And that's all I really knew about sort of the vape hardware world for quite a while, until I met my friend, years ago now. I met this guy who was very serious into this designing of pens. And this was way back when, if you opened up like a cart, it would have like some little cotton insulation in there. It might have some wires that were soldered, right? That was the classic, where you'd open it up and there would be no more solder, and it'd be like, where did the solder go? It's like, I think you might have inhaled it. And then there was also the over top of the wire, there was like a color, like a plastic cover. You know, sometimes when this guy, Gary Bay, this was years ago, 2014, when I first did the Bubbleman Trinity pen, back in 2014, if you can imagine, it was the first time we put terpenes into a pen. And Gary was the guy that had designed this. And he originally went to China, and he you know, his story was that he kind of left a bunch of like his designs that were no good in the garbage. And he just, like, in the next 2 years saw all of these designs start coming out of China, and was just kind of like, what the fuck? Like, these aren't the right designs. So I guess for starters, I would love to hear, Danny, about your sort of origin story in regards to cannabis first and foremost, because I'm sure you didn't just wake up one day not puffing at all and decide you were going to start a vaporizer company. It seems like there were probably some steps taken that led you into, the convenience and the access of vaporizer pens. But I'd love to hear the sort of the origin stories of you and your company CannaBrand.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me, I caught a little bug in China, so I might be coughing a little bit here. But
we accept
yeah,
coughing. It's Hash Church. I'm going to be smoking a ton of hash, so I'm also going to be coughing a bunch
awesome.
during this show.
Right on. Steven, I see you're hitting on something, so that's good. Yeah, I grew up in Seattle, huge into the skate and snowboard scene, and I think I must have been 13, and they had an old skate park here in Seattle called Seagate, and me and my buddies, I think I stole some weed from my dad, hid it in my iPath, if you remember iPath shoes, the hemp ones,
Totally.
that little stash pocket in there.
Oh yeah.
Hid the weed in there, and we rolled a joint in the bowl at Seagate and smoked. And I have some pretty gnarly, if you want to really classify it and go there, ADHD. And I think cannabis just kind of zoomed stuff out or zoomed it in, and just it worked, right? And so from that moment on, kind of been in love with it. And then just the entrepreneur side of me, I'm like, this is fucking awesome. This thing grows from the ground, and it makes you feel good, and you're not supposed to do it, and I could make money and grow this thing. And although I didn't really start growing it first, I did steal a bunch of weed from my dad and sell it to my friends. Because that's what you do.
Classic, dude.
Yeah. And then from there, I don't know if you remember Errolwood World, Errolwoods,
Of course.
the site.
.org.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone pronounces it different. I've always pronounced it Euroid. I don't know why, but I've always pronounced it that way. It's probably wrong, but yes, of course we know Euroid. That's where John Indra released the BHO method in '98.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, went on there and was like, how do I grow? And I didn't really get past finding lights. That's where I kind of stopped for a minute and read this form that was like, yeah, go to a construction site before they put up the HPS and unscrew them and then rewire them with modem wires. And so I was selling those, and they had the ballast in them to my homies who were growing. And man, they needed a lot of air to move out that heat, because that ballast was like right on there. And then my dad had a medical card, and we eventually started growing together. Believe it or not, he had some bubble bags from back in the day.
That's what's up.
And we were making hash together with your bubble bags. So I think that really clicked when we first talked, and I'm like, no fucking way. And yeah, from there, I got a regular, normal person job working retail. I actually worked at Zoomies, managing a bunch of stores for them. Worked at Nordstrom for a while. And then when medical became a thing, or really started taking off here in Washington, I worked with one of my buddies doing that, and opened one of the first rec stores here. And then unfortunately, just out of the blue, my dad passed away. This was about 11 years ago. And I was gutted. Like, I was running the store at this time. I think I was at Pemberton Music Festival, found out about this, just wrecked, took a bus down, and he owned this small business, really, really small business, bringing in labels from China. So like hang tags and appliques and stuff like that. And my grandpa took me into the CPA's office, and it was a small business doing like maybe 200K a year. And the CPA looks me right in the eye and he goes, there's no way you could do this. And just like me being a
Challenge
rebel,
accepted.
exactly. I'm like, fuck you, dude. Yeah, I can. He's like, well, you've never run the business. You know nothing about it. I look at my grandpa. My grandpa's like, yeah, fucking do it. My grandpa's kind of like, fuck you. And so it took that business over. But I missed cannabis. I missed the crazy kooks and just being around weed. And so I had quit my job running this store. Um, and and then I go, okay, well, let me start talking to my dad's supplier who's doing like hang tags and labels and talk him into this industry. And so for about 3 or 4 months, I'm just like on WeChat. I think at the time it was WhatsApp because WhatsApp wasn't banned yet in China. And I'm just pounding him for every night. Like, dude, here's the market. Here's how it works. You already have an offset printer. And finally he's like, okay. And I didn't have any money, so he, believed in me and gave me terms. And we started as a packaging company, and that was 2015. And that's right when vape was becoming a thing. There was these wick carts on the market. And of course I was like already, messing with that. And then carts, started bringing in carts and filling those at our house, and had a bunch of partners that were doing it. And I was like, why the fuck is like 15% failure rates acceptable? Like, people would be stoked. They're like, dude, only 4 out of 10 of the carts are duds. Like,
Dude, I
that
know.
and I'm like, this is stupid. Like, why? And just super curious, and kept getting samples. And actually my partner, who I just saw, his name's William, over in China. He's like, hey, my friend's friend owns this company called S'more C-Cell, and he told me the price. I'm like, ha, yeah, right. Well, send them to me anyways. And we tested them, filled them. 40 minutes later, 50 minutes later, little hair dryer action. We're hitting it, and we're like, dude, this fucking works. And I think 3 weeks later, I was in China because I was so amazed by that product. And went to all these other factories I was buying from. At the time, was like, oh, dude, these are awesome. Like, look at all this. There's a bunch of people doing this. And then went into C-Cell's factory, and I'm like, holy shit. How are people even buying that? How is that allowed? Those other factories, pretty scary. And we've been a C-Cell distributor since, and went from my garage to and 3 people to a 10,000 square foot warehouse. And man, it's a journey, and I love it. And it's so cool to see where the industry's gone.
Dude, I love that it started in a skate park for you. Like, what a great place to get turned on to Ja Herbs. I mean, that's pretty standard for like a 90s kid right there. Like 90s, like 2000s, the skate park, like for me, I'm a little bit older, so it was more like pool halls, but I still had the skate park experience. We did the pool hall first, and that's where we met the sketchy weed dealers. And then eventually Chornik in Winnipeg built a skate park, which of course was where all the chaos was happening. Kids getting hammered and kids smoking weed and blow torches with hot knives and hash. Like, everything was going down at our skate park in a big way, for sure. Yeah, it's interesting in regards to the factories. I was talking to someone the other day about a big contract they had, and they were like, yeah, they're buying, so many of these vape pens, but they're paying so much. I can get them for so much cheaper. I'm like, dude, the last thing you want to do is like try and get a bunch of pens where you already have a customer buying like millions of them and just undercut the price so that you can make more money. I don't think people realize how bad the bad pens are. I don't think they have any real understanding. And that was my buddy Gary's real trip, was to take them in, get them cut open with like the water jet or whatever it was, so he could open the cart and show people what was inside. He was the first one to ever show me all the shit that was in the cart. And then to show me one, after a year or 6 months of puffing on it, with no more insulation on the wire, no more solder on the wire, all of this sort of stuff that was just obviously convenience is awesome and people love convenience. And, I get a lot of the times where people are like, what do we care? Like we're just in a recreational market where alcohol and tobacco are being sold, which are, between the two of them probably kill 5 or 6 million people annually. Why do I have to make my device safe? It's like, well, I mean, there's just like the morals and the ethics of it. It's like, you don't really want to like harm people, you don't want to like, create liabilities within your own company. But at the same time, these vape pens are not going away. As much as I love hitting a banger, as much as I love having my Puffco out in the world, like I always have my pen. I always want to have a pen on me because it's just a different time. It's a different, it allows me an opportunity to use the device in a way that none of the other devices can fit into that timeline. Like when I'm ripping down the mountain on my snowboard, I've taken my mothership on the mountain. There's videos of me opening it up and pulling out the torch and the dab right and everything and setting it all up. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. And it was fun and awesome. But the amount of times, and I have my Puffco on the mountain too. There's still times where I pull out my fucking my pen and just hit that shit. Drew, our sales guy, who ran a brand he ran sales for a brand in Colorado called Eden. He has an enormous amount of experience selling these pens and understanding the marketplace and kind of the, why people want them so much and how convenient they are. You've got another side of people who are all like, oh, we got to do better. We got to do better. It's like, well, let's do better, but just understand that we're never getting away from these. Would you say it's probably one of the top SKUs behind rolled joints and flower in the market, Drew?
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it passed pre-rolls.
Wow.
It's a huge market and it's only getting bigger every day. And I mean, I've been selling pens now for, 7.5-ish, 8 years. That's where I first met Mark, actually, was over at my first job at Spherex, when we started selling Pax Pods, and Mark was over there with those guys, So we've watched the evolution of these things change. And, I think you hit the nail on the head with that one, that these are only going to get bigger. They're not going anywhere, and the market is enormous. So why not sell the best product possible with the best hardware possible? It's not going to make people sick. It's not going to kill them in the long run. Like, I think that's really the goal we're all shooting for here. But also, you got to make a buck in the process too.
Do you guys think that live hash rosin had something to do with becoming more conscious in regards to the pens? I don't know if that's the case or not. I remember live hash rosin coming out around 2014 into pens. That was when I first put it into a pen. And it seemed like, and I don't want to throw the BHO guys under the bus at all, but the original OG BHO guys didn't seem to care as much about like being exposed to like gas, the potential of blowing up, all of these sorts of things. And I wonder if you guys see it with rosin, that it like pushed the industry to do better. And I'm not making that as a statement. I'm more asking, do you see that happened, or do you think that that's not really the case at all, and that both, BHO and I mean live rosin, I guess you would call it, which is the more tasty of the live hash resins. Do you guys see that at all, or do you just think that it's been kind of, because I kind of see that like nobody seems to be a bigger snob than the live hash rosin guys, right? They're all about like making sure it was dried properly, that there's no, whereas the BHO guys were like, we'll just, and this is in the beginning, they literally take any material. I used to get people going, oh man, you can just blast BHO if you have moldy material. And I'm like, ooh, I don't think you should do that. What do you guys think in regards to, the effect that live hash rosin had on the vape pen market? And that's to anyone who wants to answer. Go ahead, Steve.
Sure, I'll jump in on this. I think that live hash rosin is a process that requires attention to detail to get a quality product, whereas resin is a more mechanical, more defined process where you could put just about any strain, run the same parameters, and get a good product out with resins. But when you get into the mechanical extraction, it's a lot more contingent on the genetics and the little processes along the way. the shape of your ice cubes, the pressure of your plate, the temperature, the evenness of the pressure. There's so many little things that add up to create that quality that requires a lot of refinement of your process along the way and attention to detail, which is why we have that product. I also think that rosin has a unique characteristic for the smoker, where it carries more chemicals than you would in resin, polar and non-polar compounds in your media, and along with trace compounds that won't get extracted by butane or propane. So I think that kind of raised the bar for extracts as they got better over recently.
Well, I love that you mentioned the shape of the ice, because I've always been a big fan of a very particular shape of ice, a hardness as well. Obviously, I used to think, when the first shape that I got that I really liked was out of my buddy's fridge in Whistler, and it was the half moons. And they were as hard as a fucking rock. They were like the hardest ice cubes I'd ever seen prior to any ice prior to that. Now, these days, I use cold draft, which is very large, 1.5 by 1.5 inch cubes. They're very sharp, and they do a very good job of extracting the resin from the flower and breaking the flower up to get that resin out. I'm less worried about gentle washing because I can filter, and I know how to filter through screens. And when you know how to filter through screens, you don't have to be quite as worried about knocking off extra things or breaking material down, because you can just filter it out in the end. But I like what you said about that, in the sense that one is much more of a process. You just put anything in it, the parameters are going to come out very similar. Obviously, quality matters. If you put in something extremely high quality into a BHO, it's going to come out better than something that's not. You know, we're not saying that that's not the case, but you're right. There's an extra energy that is focused. I mean, I'm sure to this day, there's way more pens being sold with butane in them than there are live hash rosin. But we're working on catching up. You know, we're working on catching up. I see, you know, when rosin came out, Johnny B made a post called "The Death of BHO," and that post got millions of views, like 4 or 5 million views. Now, obviously, BHO did not die. I don't think BHO is going to die anytime soon. It seems like an affordable product that people are always going to want to have access to. But at the same time, the popularity of live hash rosin is growing. Someone sent me a picture the other day, and I don't know if I can find it, because the problem is now when people send me things that there's 12 million different places to send me these things. But my buddy Corey sent me a picture of a cart yesterday, and it was all bubble hash, not rosin. It was a bubble hash cart. You guys ever heard of such a thing?
I have.
Yeah.
I haven't. I've never heard of such a thing. I guess he decarbed it and liquefied the bubble, maybe poured off. You know, maybe there was some left that he wasn't able to use, but the cart was like clear golden oil. And I just thought, wow, wouldn't that be cool if in the future, do you guys see us releasing one day the bubble hash cart?
I think shooting something unique out there is the best way to get ahead. So I would love to shoot a bubble hash card into the market.
Dude, how great. I'd never seen it before. And who knows, the conversation may very well start here and have these guys start working on something as such. I mean, obviously, when it comes to anything that's smoking or heating up, there's just so many different variables. I got to have a conversation with Josh from Raw about a month or so ago, and he went into all of these terminologies that are in regards to paper and paper burning and the burn factor of paper, and he had all these different terminologies, and I just thought, holy shit, like the rabbit hole goes really deep on this if you're willing to go really deep on this. And I'm sure that when we first started making rosin parts, you know, it was different. There were different products, very much like what Stephen mentioned, which is a very deep rabbit hole for those of you that are aware. Polar, semi-polar, and non-polar components and the different polarities of the solvents used. This was a conversation that Jim Frere, the chemist, I only knew him through Facebook. I think he's a West Coast guy. He was a PhD chemist, and he went down this rabbit hole of why people were getting this nasally cough and sort of bronchitis and when they were smoking a lot of BHO. And this was prior to winterization. And he went into the conversation of polar and semi-polar components and how, these solvents, if they're polar, they'll pull out polar. If they're semi-polar, they'll pull out, but they'll leave behind the other things. And so he got into this dialogue that perhaps some of the components that were being left behind from BHO were some of these natural components that when you smoke, they act as nucleation points in the lungs. They sort of stop the smoke from going too deep into the lungs. They sort of, they close the lungs up a little bit. And it was winterization that came later that was required to remove the fats and the lipids and the waxes, which were actually affecting people's lungs by them smoking them because of these compounds that were not being extracted by the solvent, which, he basically called these nucleation points in the lungs that would stop these compounds from going deeper into your lungs than they normally would. And I always thought that that was an incredible conversation. There's not a lot really discussed about it since Jim brought it up. Winterization came along very soon after, and then it was like, well, we don't have to worry about this so much anymore because now we're removing the fats and the lipids and the waxes. Now, these components are still present in rosin, but so too are these nucleation points, or these compounds that act as nucleation points in the lungs. And that's why when you're smoking rosin, they're not going to affect you the same way as when you smoked non-winterized BHO. Do you agree with that, Stephen?
I think there's another point, and it's really key, is particle size. So building off what you said with the fats and lipids, some fats are good, some fats are bad, and not all fats are created equal. So one fat which is bad would be a triglyceride. So those are very big fat chains. They're very long. They have high boiling points, so they don't vaporize. And they do act as nucleation point for your aerosol to make really big particles and to make a really harsh burnt taste. So you don't want those. But then you have your free fatty acids, little fats, and that can kind of give a creaminess, a nuance, je ne sais quoi to your extract. So not all fats are created equal, but the particle size is really what makes you cough or sneeze. So I called it the Goldilocks particle zone. So not too big, not too small. When you have a very big particle, it hits the back of your throat like a baseball. It follows Newtonian physics and behaves that way. So it kind of irritates and you get this buildup on the back of your throat and you want to cough. When you have very small particles, we call that gas, they explode in all directions and kind of irritate the top of your nose and makes you want to sneeze. So we do particle size analysis at C-Cell where we're trying to find the right particle zone to get deep lung penetration while at the same time minimize the harshness. So we've made some vaporizers in the lab that you could take 100 hits in a bag and not cough. It's just like inhale it all at once. And it's all about just optimizing that particle size and making sure your extract is clean without triglycerides and all of that nastiness. So yeah,
very
pretty much
interesting.
spot on.
I definitely want to hear about your past and history and where you came from to get to where you are. I also want to know, it's amazing that you guys are working on this and have the understanding of the particle size. Everything is so subjective in cannabis. Like some people want to cough. Other people are like, I don't want to cough. Like the whole fresh frozen revolution is all about coughing. It's all about saving monoterpenes. It's all about producing terps that the older guys are like, oh, what are you guys doing? And the younger guys are just like, this is awesome. I love like bending over and coughing my ass off kind of thing. Do you think there'll be a day where there's like right now we have pens that can go from 2.6 to 3.1. We can increase the heat. We can lower the heat. Do you think there'll be a pen one day that we can control the particle size?
I think we're going to optimize the particle size so you don't need to control it. I'm of the camp that you don't have to cough. It's not necessary.
Getting older, eh, Stephen?
Yeah. Like I want to be healthy. I don't want to be in pain when I smoke. And sometimes I'm in public and I don't want to make a scene. Totally. So I personally don't feel the need for coughing. I think it's a legacy from in the olden days when we were smoking and we're coughing and now we're justifying it.
So do you think that when people, because I see younger folks all the time going, oh, the vape pens don't do it for me, I need a dab. And I'm like, oh, that's a cougher. He needs to cough. He needs that blast on the back of the throat, like you said, the Newtonian physics, like a baseball, and then cough, 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 cough. I also don't like to cough. I prefer it over coughing all day long. That being said, every once in a while I love to rock my head. So I just wonder, is the group of people who don't cough as big or bigger as the group who does want to cough? And how do you feed both of those markets?
So I think this is also a particle size issue. So when people are dabbing and they're taking like these big hits and ripping off the joints, they're getting large volumes of smoke. And we measure the volume of smoke with a metric called TPM, total particulate mass. So we want to see the weight of that vapor and how much they're inhaling. So from a typical vape pen, you're getting like, let's say 2 to 5 milligrams per puff. When you're getting a dab rig, for example, you could get like 20 or 30 milligrams in a puff. And like with a Puffco, for example. So when you're inhaling so much smoke, you have an effect called coagulation. The particles clump together and become bigger and make you cough. That being said, I got in this argument with one of the PhDs at our lab, and he was saying, you don't need THCA or dabbing to be high. You could get it from a vape pen too, the same high. It's just a matter of milligrams per second in your head. So if I gave you a vape pen that can output 30 milligrams per puff, you will feel like you took a dab. And I called bullshit on him. And then we did a test in the lab and he was right. So turns out it's all about milligrams per second. So we built a vape that could collect 100 puffs into a bag, like I mentioned earlier, and you hit it and it rocks you. You're down on the floor, like you are high as a kite, but you don't cough and you feel no displeasure. It's totally smooth. So you don't need to cough to get high. It's all about that particle size.
That's interesting. You know who would be great people to do the test for you, which would be beyond just getting high? I discovered this through my good friend Johnny Burfello, Johnny fucking B, as we call him up here in Canada. Johnny fucking B fell off a scissor lift like 20 years ago and broke like every bone in his body, shattered his spine and his neck and his face and his skull and everything, right? He fell 30 feet, and on his way down, his head hit the second floor. So he was on the third floor and he did a cartwheel down, but his head like smacked the concrete, and then he fell another 15 plus feet. And so he was utterly and completely destroyed. The guy ended up on like an oxycodone dose that would kill all of us in the chat right now. We'd all die if we took Johnny's dose. He was in big, big pain. And what I noticed about this guy when I met him was he was all about hot dabs. He'd hit these 900-degree dabs, turn red, cough like a motherfucker, which I thought was crazy because it was like, dude, isn't your neck and body isn't that like a lot? But he just always claimed that he got so much higher when he rocked himself off a hot dab. I had a hard time disagreeing with him because the odd time that someone gave me a hot dab accidentally and I took the whole thing, I mean, it was almost a psychedelic experience. So I just wonder if there is something to be said when you get high that you have that intensely. Like for me, it's a negative experience. I'm not a fan of it at all. I've watched it happen. I watched it happen in the beginning of dabbing. Before dabbing was a thing, my friends out in the Kootenays created this bong called the Mayor. And it was like a spoon bent over a torch with a glass dome over top that went into a bong. It was like serious hillbilly shit. Like this was like science 0, hillbilly 100. And but it fucking destroyed people. Like you'd give someone a dab of this thing, like even someone like Breeder Steve, who was undestroyable, would get destroyed off of this thing. Everyone got destroyed. And I just always wondered, like, I just, is there a need for it to get to that point for certain people? Or really, are we all kind of brainwashed and not realizing that you could get that same experience without the 900-degree hot dab and just the certain amount of milligrams that's going into your body? I don't know what the answer is for that one, but I'd love to hear about your background, Stephen, and where you came from to get to CannaBrand Solutions.
Sure. I was passionate about weed immediately coming out of college. It was kind of something I really jumped into. My father was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer, and his oncologist recommended cannabis for his chemo and radiation therapy. He was a pharmaceutical engineer, so we worked together to develop IV cannabinoid solutions for him that he could plug right into his port. And that was a lot of fun, working with my dad in his last years. And after he passed away, the passion never really left, and I wanted to keep going with it. So I started getting into extractions really early on. So websites like Skunk Farm Research really helped a lot. The legendary Grey Wolf from
Yeah.
that website. Yeah, he did amazing stuff, and Arrowid, like everyone else. Um, and I got I started doing some extractions and getting into that well early on, and then started my own vape company back in like 2012 or 2013, something like that. Shortly thereafter, I found a vape in the store made by a company called Vaporesso, owned by S'more, and it had the first C cell in it. And I bought it, and it cost $50 in the store. Put it up to my vape, and it blew it out of the water on every metric. So I said, "That's the end of vapes for me." I got a farm and lab in Oregon, grew weed, extracted it, really enjoyed it for about 6 years, worked at Verano, and then I saw an application for C-Cell. I was like, this is my opportunity to get back into vaporizers, an industry that was shut out to all Americans because it's a Chinese-owned industry. So I jumped on that, and that was about a little over 4 years ago. Uh, I got a job at C-Cell R&D, and it was a really tremendous privilege because I'm in a lab with the cutting edge equipment surrounded by PhDs. It was a dream. So I really enjoyed working there. And unfortunately, they moved their R&D to Manassas, Virginia, and they're focusing more on tobacco products now. So I wanted to transition, and Danny offered an incredible opportunity for me where I can continue validating and improving and making products for the cannabis market. And he is a empowering boss. He wants his employees to do things. He's not trying to lead with his vision. He wants us to lead with our visions. And I really respect that. So that's how I got the CannaBrand.
Awesome. Well, glad you landed with the CannaBrand team. That's the way to do it, man. It's you definitely seem like an intelligent guy and that you know what you're talking about. And that's I wonder how many of those PhDs that you were surrounded by at the C-Cell had cannabis experience.
None.
Jesus
so
Christ. What an advantage for you.
Well, it's interesting because you come in with first principles approach. A lot of the cannabis knowledge we have is wrong and hearsay and bro science. And when you sit there and really challenge those first principles and those assumptions, you learn a lot. So I really appreciate that no one had cannabis knowledge, actually.
Well, we're glad to have you on the show today for sure. I'd love to hear from Mark as well. Known Mark for some years. Love to hear how you ended up linking up with Danny and the crew.
Yeah, my story is not quite as interesting as these guys, but going back to I think my college years, of course, like a lot of people, and my snowboard experience way back then, I think it was just kind of synonymous with going to the mountain, ending up on a chairlift or in some hut somewhere,
On the
and
gondola.
just on the gondola. Well, we didn't have one of those down in Arizona. We had really slow, cold chairlifts. So we had plenty of time to kind of figure out what was going on. But, our options there were limited. It was either green or brown. And the green came from Cali and the brown came from Mexico. So really didn't learn too much about cannabis until getting kind of out of college and moving to Utah just to try to be a snowboard bomb or something, whatever you call it back then. But met these two dudes at an apartment above me. One of his name was Tracy, who you might know from Pure Beauty in LA, a cannabis brand down there. Another guy named Jeff doing hot knives on the stove, and that was kind of where it opened my eyes to Wow. Okay. There's a different way and a different kind of weed out there. And that just, kind of brought me to, I've met my wife and she's a migraine sufferer and just saw her in pain 2, 3 times a month with migraines and started finding a solution for her was, medical cannabis. And shortly after that, found my way up to Washington State via snowboarding because I worked in the snowboard industry for about 20 years. Started searching for solutions for her because at the time, the medical side or just pharmaceutical side was just pumping drugs into you, right? Just to get rid of your headaches with really no end to that. So we just started searching for, products in Washington State to try to give her some relief. So just at the time it was medical, dark, dingy, dusty dispensaries, and looking for things for her, but you could never find anything consistent. You go into a store and they were just like dirty and gross, unfortunately the bud tenders there were just, of course, just stoned, right? And so they weren't providing much insight into pain relief. It was just more like, let's get high. And so that just kind of challenged me to actually get into the industry. So I transitioned out of snowboarding after 20 years or so. And I just saw an opportunity in the cannabis space where I thought these people in the stores and the brands that I saw that were represented on the shelves needed help. And I just started poking around and found this Indeed posting about a vaporizer company in Washington State called Vuber. I'm not sure if they're still around, but did sort of a short stint there with some consulting to try to get their sales team and their product merchandising plan sort of up to speed on like how to actually be a brand because it's just kind of disjointed and messy. And then it just opened my eyes to the vaporizer space, and I learned about this company called PAX. Um, and then my background, I came from Burton Snowboards, which was, a very well-established brand in snowboarding. And I wanted to align myself with a brand that was clean and had a nice product, that had a lot of R&D behind it, that had a merchandising plan and a sales plan. So it was just sort of my background. And I thought PAX was much closer to my values as a person, and really trying to find that next cool product to be a part of. And stayed there for about 4 years. For 4 years, actually, on the dot, I left. I think Colin, we made a cross paths there. My good friend Ross Kaplan. So good to see
Yeah, we
you.
did. It's good to see you. I was like, man, you look so familiar. I was
Yeah,
like, I feel like I've been on meetings with you before. It's really good to see you, man. Yeah,
yeah.
listen, we had a magical time at that company at a point in time where there was a major pivot, and I think we should both be really proud of that work because it was a big undertaking, and we did a lot of great work for them that still rides on today.
Heck yeah. And then Ross knows Bubbleman.
I do know
So
Ross. I
sort
met
of
I met Ross super randomly in Jamaica. He
Yeah.
decided to like quit his job and like go to Jamaica and like just jump in. I think he worked at like the Defense Department or something too. It
yeah,
was like a
Department of
wild.
Defense.
He was just
Yep.
like, yeah,
Genius.
I'm at the Department of Defense. I was like, what? And now you're in Jamaica smoking bowls with me? He's like, yeah, dude, I made a choice. I'm like, all right, Ross, I like your style.
Yeah, Ross is
Yeah,
awesome. I just talked to him last week. He's great people. So
yeah.
that's awesome.
Solid human. Getting married in the fall. I think maybe,
We'll, s-
I'm gonna
I'll
make
be
make,
there.
make the journey out there. Oh, nice, awesome. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think I'm on the way as well. So yeah,
cool.
kind of small world. Going full circle. After PAX, I did company change, right? And I saw an opportunity with, there's other vape companies out there, and C-Cell, of course, back then was really nipping away at the entire vape industry. And I got actually recruited. It was very strange. I forget if it was an email or LinkedIn. Some Chinese person hit me up and didn't think it was serious. Thought I was just getting scammed. That they're just going to steal my identity and my work resume and clone me, and uh, made the jump over to S'more. Had nothing really. I didn't really know much about it, to be honest. And got there, and I was like, "Whoa, this is like Steven, right? The scientists, the PhDs." And I was like, "What does this have to do with anything?" what I'm trying to do is I'm just a salesperson trying to sell products, but then you kind of realize like, okay, here's the story, right? And this is why this stuff is much more superior than most of the products out there. Um, and so it after spending about 2 years there, it was difficult, right? As a salesperson who has kind of a background of like many sales tools and programs, as a Chinese company trying to really impact the North American market. And it was just different culture, different philosophies for me, very science backed. I'm more like hype and like, you know, bringing a finished product to market. And I started kind of poking around a little bit of what was next. Actually met Danny through my s'more experience. I was brought into his office at one point in Seattle, and I saw a snowboard on the wall, and I was like, okay, maybe there's something here. And we started chit-chatting about life and snowboarding, and then sure enough, about 2 years after that, him and I are having a conversation about what it's going to look like to come work for CannaBrand Solutions. Um, it was a pretty short conversation, and then sure enough, here I am right now running the sales team for CannaBrand in North America. We're looking at other markets, of course, overseas, and we just got back from China, and like bringing this whole thing full circle. Never been to China before. Of course, got to go see s'more, and there were some people that I'd worked with there, and were like really embracing of seeing me, and just looking at their factories and just the level and the R&D they're doing. We got to see the ceramic factory. Danny, am I correct in saying like we're probably some of the first people to see that outside of their direct s'more employees? They're very quiet about this. They don't let anybody see anything, and we got to go walk through there. Um, got to go see some of my clients that I worked really hard on to create some ODM projects for, like custom from ground up creations, actually being assembled in the factory. And took pictures and sent them to them, and they were just like super stoked, right? Like nobody gets to see that stuff. So, anyways, that's kind of brought us here today. We just got back Thursday night, or I don't even remember what day it is, but we're back from China with a whole new view of what we're actually doing, and it just gives me some more ammo as a salesperson to go out and tell cool stories about our products and really be passionate about what we do.
Well, that's great that you guys went and saw the factories. I can imagine. I mean, listen, all those factories are pretty much in one little area, like on like just aren't they all like right next to each other? 90% of those factories.
I mean,
they used to be.
Yeah, go ahead, Danny.
Yeah, they used to be. So the Bao'an district is where, gosh, 10 years ago, 90% of global consumer electronics were manufactured.
Wow.
And as that's grown, just kind of like any city, right? Like the real estate is more important for corporate, and so manufacturing gets pushed out, pushed out, pushed out. So a lot of it's in the Jiangming area city. Probably butchering the pronunciation there, but yeah, it's a lot of like the factory we were at was about 2 hours drive from Shenzhen.
There must be like a very long gap between cannabis knowledge and Chinese manufacturing. Like, how do you fill that? Are you allowed to talk about cannabis while you're in China?
We are. Yeah. Yep.
Nice. It's not illegal to talk about cannabis. You just can't have it.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I think I spent about an hour shaking out all of my backpacks.
I'll one up
double
you.
checking.
I'll one up you, Danny.
Yeah.
I have a bin in my garage where I keep all the stuff I travel to America in, and I don't let it mix in with any of the rest of my shit.
I love that. I need to.
I can't take the chance.
That.
I can't take the chance. So, how much do you think things could speed up if China was able to make hash and oils to test their units in China with?
Gosh, I'm not sure. Steven, for a time you were working because CISO has their SDR lab, right?
Yeah.
And Steven worked there, which was like the bridge between China manufacturing and us. And then they have us as distributors, which are Steven, what do you think?
Like, are you saying there was a Chinese company that ran like cannabis experiments in the US?
Yeah. So
That's insane. That's interesting.
it's a U.S. company that is financed by S'more. So that's
Okay.
the logistics
Okay.
of it.
That makes sense. Because
Yeah.
here in Vancouver, the Chinese government takes out ads and makes statements to the Chinese people that are in Canada to absolutely unequivocally not use cannabis as a medicine or a
Yeah.
recreational drug. They impose that on them in a different country.
It's interesting. So a lot of my coworkers, some of them had green cards, and they would absolutely not want to consume cannabis whatsoever. And that makes sense to me. You know, like you don't know what will happen. You don't want to break any laws, and you want to, follow the book. A lot of Chinese people just don't want to do it because it's stigmatized. That being said, in Kunming province, they have a high security CBD grow where they're allowed to grow CBD and extract it over there. I saw the quality is pretty low. It's kind of equivalent to what we were making back in 2000. So they have a ways to go before they can catch up on American quality and genetics. But uh, the main reason why SDR existed is so that they could learn about cannabis and understand it better and design devices better around that media. So we're trying to get the physical parameters, the behavior, the mechanisms, the thermodynamics, everything about it.
It's got to be such a catch-22 for them. It's like, do we give up the hundreds of millions of billions of dollars in sales? You can say it's a Chinese-owned company, but I'd say 97% of the sales probably come out of the US and probably 50% of those sales come out of California.
Mm-hmm.
Millions and millions and millions of pens. It's wild that they just can't embrace, like, look, like this is good for us. Let's just figure out. I mean, I do manufacturing in China, right? I do manufacturing for water extraction equipment. And it's the same thing. You can't have any weed to run the materials through. So it's like you got to design things there, you got to bring them over here, and then you got to use them. And then once you find out all the things that don't work, that are usually connected to their lack of knowledge when it comes to cannabis, it's this back and forth sort of thing. I mean, the vape pen situation is very mature, I'm sure, for them, even though they don't have cannabis on site in China. I guarantee you they've learned a lot over the last 20 to 25 years in regards to these oils and the fluidity of these oils, right? Because that has a lot to do with how, geez, when we started, we weren't even decarbing. We just put shit in a pen and it would just turn into a crystal and just completely stop working. And we'd be like, oh, what did we do wrong? It's like, well, yeah, you need to decarb. And then even with the decarbing, there's so many different ways to decarb that will either destroy or preserve the resin. Do you guys, as a vape pen company, ever look into decarb SOPs? And do you feel that it's important to sort of share with your customers, like, look, you can do it this way, but you're going to get this. If you do it this way, you're going to get this. And if you go this way, you're going to get this. For me, this is the rosin reactor. It's the only one that's sealed. It's the only one that refluxes the terps back into all the volatile organic compounds that go back into the material. For starters, it seems to be working just incredibly wonderfully. What do you guys suggest for decarb?
I agree.
It's such an important factor for your
Andrew's
company.
awesome too.
Yeah, Andrew's amazing.
Andrew's. Yeah, I mean, marrying the oil to the coil in a sense is such a huge part of the journey and the challenge and the solution and what we're going after, and a huge reason why Steven's here. And so every time we're working with a client, that's the first place we go is, Steven's jumping on. And Steven, I'll let you take it because you've got a barrage of questions you're asking right before we even recommend a product, right? And the tuning of it.
Absolutely. And, we look at the coil as like the engine of a car, and you feed it different types of gas. You don't want to get a diesel engine and feed it, 89 octane regular gas, and you don't want to take your regular gas and put diesel in it. You're going to ruin your car. So, and vapes are very much the same way. So we have some cores that are more optimized for very pure oils, like liquid diamonds, stuff like that, where you're going to have a very homogeneous particle, molecular composition that's feeding into your coil, versus the rosin bar, for example, where it's designed to have a very wide tolerance of compounds and boiling points. And that's how we designed that, so that you have different heat zones and flowability. And it doesn't have to be pure. It would just handle the gunk as well and just kind of not vaporize it. So we really need to design the coils around the media. So first comes the media, then comes the coil in the innovation side. So we wait for producers to make new products, new product classes, different types of oils. For example, you mentioned that hash pen. That would be something kind of new that we would have to design around making a product. Or HTE vapes. That's a new product class we see coming out where people want to vape HTE. So we have to look at what they're trying to consume first and then design around that. That's the basic logic of it all.
I mean, it makes sense. Go ahead.
If I could jump in, I think what we're talking about, and I think you said it nicely, is the decarb. And I had to do this in reverse for other companies where I couldn't change the inside, right? You have the amazing luxury of doing that. I just started being able to do that. So when you're talking about making a decarb product, you're talking about the viscosity, and viscosity has a centipal reading. And the centipal readings, I have millions of data points on centipal. It's the viscosity of the actual oil and how that interacts, to your point, in particle size, right? And the decarb dictates that, right? And then on furthermore, depending on the variety you have, what other chemical constituents that are part of that profile, let's say it's a Super Boof versus a GG4, they're fundamentally different, right? So there, to your point, the particle sizes, because of the volatile organic compounds and because of the decarb rate and the need, right, the different needs of those two call it varietals, you're going to have different particle sizes, right? So what I have learned through my time, the past 15 plus 20 almost years, call it 20 years of doing this, I believe that there is a correlation between your decarb rate, right, particle size, and the actual finished good and how that interacts with any coil. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's postless with a post, it just doesn't matter. So in that uptake rate, right, really dictates based on the saturation of those particles, right? And I think we can all agree that dictates the flavor, right? So if we don't have that and all those finite things happening together, you have a really adverse hit, and you're going to taste the build. You're going to taste I call it the build taste, where you taste the actual components of the device. And I think that happens more often than not. So there's a real issue with saturation and particle size right now across the board. I don't care what manufacturer is out there, and no one's been able to really truly solve for that yet. I think we're close, but there's a lot of work to be done. And I think we can all agree that it's getting there. Like, we're getting really close. Like, I have units here in my hands that I rip all the time and just tastes like the oil. It's awesome. So, and I think we're getting to that point where everybody can enjoy something in their pocket, but it takes these conversations and these data points, and centipar readings to understand how to get to that perfect inflection point. Because it sounds like really easy to do, but man, I'll show you the data. It's
well, the oil is ever changing. That's the thing.
Yes,
you can do
exactly
everything you want with an oil, and then you'll get another oil and be like, oh, this one's so different. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
It's from the same room, apparently, from the same extractor, but and this is the nightmare. This is the Chad nightmare for all the Chad CEOs that started up cannabis companies and were like, we're going to do this. We're going to stabilize everything. They're trying to shelf stable a volatile compound. Like, that is a losing battle. You just are never going to be able to sort of win that battle. When it comes to testing vape pens too, not all the companies are testing. Like, I work with a company called Cannara Biotech Quebec, and these guys I've never seen anyone test vape pens like these guys. They have the smoking machines that suck the pens. They have pens machines that pressurize, like when it goes up in a plane. They have all these different things. They are testing tens of thousands of pens through their SOPs, and I just don't see very many companies, doing that on that level. It seems like a pretty important factor. Is this something that you guys are operating with C-Cell on the regular, having these like testing just massive amounts of these things so that when people buy them, they're not getting like a 40% failure rate?
Oh yeah. I mean, they have tons of puffing machines in China. And then in our SDR lab, we had tons of puffing machines, and we were running every kind of media you can imagine through the pens, testing on the pads, collecting these Cambridge filter pads, which have 99.9% of the TPM on them, putting those into GCMSs, analyzing what's coming out of these vapes. We're a lot of analytical equipment, and I can't get into all of it, but we're doing remarkable progress on safety, efficacy, and performance testing across the board.
Awesome.
Do you guys have a toxicologist on your team that you work with on a regular? That's one thing that I really appreciated about working with PAX, is that there was real due process that we went through, and we could stand on that. It like made us all believe in ourselves and in the product. I felt good about that.
Yeah, seems like an important factor to have.
All safety testing is always third party.
Oh, okay. You just send it to a third party.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's time for a little dab a doodle. We're super excited to release this product in Colorado and New Mexico. I think Drew bounced, but we still have Dan here. He's holding it. Oh no, Drew's still here.
I'm still hanging out.
He was like, "Oh, you were cut off my screen off the top. I need to put it on gallery." I know you're not feeling too well, so we appreciate you showing up, Drew.
I appreciate you having me, man. I'm pretty stoked to be here. I've been watching this for years, so I was stoked to get the invite to be a part of it.
Dude, that's it. We're all on Hash Church talking about vape pens, man, the all-in-ones. Listen, it's so funny how often people ask me, what's your favorite? What's your favorite? What's your favorite device? What's your favorite smoke? I'm like, man, like I have about 42 that fit into where I am at a certain time. It's and I'll tell you, when I'm in Colorado hitting on that little all-in-one, I love how small it is, just fits in my pocket. I must pull out my AirPods 50% of the time that I go to reach in for that little unit, which, whether you tried to do this or not, it's a really good connection, because you've got about 1 billion people who have those AirPods, maybe 600 million, I don't know. And it's a thing where they recognize it when it's in their hand. Not to mention, it was designed to feel good in your hand, which to many may seem like, what? Who cares about how it feels in your hand? Well, believe it or not, companies do care how things feel in your hand. And that little unit, Drew was the one that picked it. So he has the most sort of overview knowledge of selling vape pens and using vape pens. And so Drew was the one that chose the Vision Box. We went through, I don't know how many samples of different units that we went through, but it was the Vision Box that caught his attention. That was like, yeah, this is the one. It's got a super nice taste. We can bring down that temperature reading on it so it doesn't have to hit as high if you don't want to get as big of a cloudy rip. And personally, I just think it's the perfect cruising around little ripper.
Definitely perfect for the mountain, perfect for on the go.
Yeah, exactly. It's and who knows?
I love the.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I love the preheat setting on it as well. The preheat setting and the anti-burn technology it's an amazing unit. We're excited to roll it out in about 6 weeks in New Mexico and get the next round in.
Yeah, and we're in Colorado right now. Drew's been working on Colorado for the last month and a half or so, getting samples out and just hearing back from people. It's dude, I just love selling hash and live hash rosin. It's just the best business to be in ever. First of all, I also want to mention, because I didn't when you said that earlier, Danny, sorry for your loss of your father. It touched home for me because I also lost my father in an instant, super sudden. I was at that Pemberton Festival, by the way, that you left to go deal with that. When you left, I was up there in Pemberton. In fact, I drove my father's motorcycle to the Pemberton Festival that year, and it was the motorcycle he died on. And I restored that motorcycle. Him and his wife both died on it, as well as a deer that hit them. So 3 lives were taken on the night that my father passed. And I restored that bike. I bought it back from insurance. I sent the frame back to the Harley dealership, the main spot in Minneapolis, where they lasered the entire frame so that I could build it again. And then I bought every single piece of that motorcycle individually and had them put it back together. So I was actually in the middle of my sort of dealing with my father's death, and how I dealt with it was rebuilding his motorcycle. And that's kind of how I visit with him on his motorcycle. So yeah, I feel that for you, and I feel that for Mark as well. It's never easy to lose one's father. I lost mine 20 years ago now. And let me tell you, if you've ever seen the movie where the like little Italian lady in all black is like throws herself on the casket at the funeral, that was me. That's how like completely and utterly destroyed I was. It's interesting because now when I talk about it, I can smile, because that grief was literally just the love that I had for my dad, right? That's what grief is. And so I'm sure all of our dads would be proud. And if there is a place where they're all hanging out, they're probably meeting each other right now. Oh, that's your son down there. Oh shit. Okay, right on. Yeah, my son did the bubble bags. That's right. Oh, you used to make bubble hash with your son? Yeah. Which is also super cool that you used to make bubble hash with my bags with your dad, dude. That is fucking epic. Epic. Yeah. I can't say I ever made any with my dad. I can't remember, but I definitely got my mom to make a batch. While she was working for the Winnipeg Police, in fact, I had my mom come visit me in Vancouver. And I wanted to prove to people that you didn't need to be like a rocket science to make full melt. And so I gave my mom some really great material. I gave her some basic instructions, and she made 6-star bubble hash the first time she ever tried to make it. Now, this was before the narrative of, well, you got to be a really great hash maker to make full melt bubble. It was before that, right? That came in later when people were like, wait a minute, we need to own this. Let's just convince people that it's really hard to do this. The hard part is the material. If you know a great grower and you're a hash maker, this is how myself, the Nicotees, the Matt Rises, all Frenchy Cannolis, all of these guys, we had one thing in common. We had exceptional starting material. And if you have exceptional starting material, it's very easy to sell the final product, whether it's, in a vape pen or Piatelid on a piece of screen or whatever it is. If it's great, it's great. And that was the luck that I had when I started doing this about 30 years ago, 28, 29 years ago. And it seemed to be the thing that all the people that I met who were sort of bubble ambassadors, they all had the same thing in common. They had exceptional material. And, it was that exceptional material that's really kind of led us to this conversation of live hash rosin vape pens. I mean, there's a lot of technology involved in properly decarbing, the process of washing and pressing and all of that. There's a lot of labor that goes into the washing. If you don't get the right returns, it's a crusher. If you don't get the right material, the right expression, it's a crusher. There's so many different ways for this to crush you, and really only a few ways for it to go right. That I appreciate everyone on this call today for traveling down that pathway of right and trying to get it right. And obviously it seems like almost all of us have a love of snowboarding and mountains. I mean, most of us here live in the mountains. I was on Whistler Mountain yesterday. It was absolutely fucking horrific. Probably one of my worst days in a long time. The whole mountain turned to ice. I still found myself smiling and enjoying myself. It's like the fishermen say, even a shitty day fishing is better than a good day at work. And I would have to agree when it comes to snowboarding, even a shitty day snowboarding, as long as you don't break your collarbone. All right. I'm sure there's been a few broken collarbones in the room. How many collarbones have you broken, Mark? Be honest.
More like separations, both of them several times. Yeah. Never broke it.
I broke them both. Yeah, I broke them both.
Very common. We even a shitty day in a refrigerated building in China just brings a smile to your face.
I want to do a little technology deep dive because we haven't gone too deep into that in regards, C-Cell to me is just a mystery, right? They're this massive company. They have these products. Like you said, when you got to go into the factory, we got to see stuff that like probably no one ever sees. Well, we don't see that stuff. We don't get to see the stuff. So for people who don't fully understand, what makes C-Cell technology really different from other vape hardware? Where are you guys standing out in regards to, I mean, is it the fact that you guys are super heady guys? Is that like a big factor that you use the product, that you smoke, or is it something else? I mean, I figure you guys work very closely with C-Cell. I can't imagine they're just designing things that you just sell. You must have a say in what they're designing.
Absolutely. I think a good place to start, we're talking about the launch of your hash rosin device in Colorado, the Vision Box. You guys spent a lot of time putting that thing through the ringer along with a bunch of other devices. And Steven, when he was at C-Cell, he's now with us at CannaBrand Solutions, but he actually helped design the technology behind that called the Hero technology. HERO, or heat rosin technology. A good place to start, Steven, you should talk about that journey because that's fucking sweet. You were holed up for months in Humboldt, like
Sure.
yeah, take it away.
Yeah.
Hold up for months in Humboldt. I like the way this story sounds already.
Yeah.
Yep. It was a story, all right. So we were working on a whole bunch of projects, and the big one was making a rosin bar at the time. That was the name of it. We wanted to make a device designed around rosin, which it was a totally different media than everything else. Like a lot what we discussed in this earlier in this podcast. So I needed a lot of rosin, a lot of different varieties, a lot of different strains, a lot of different qualities, and tons of it so we can brute force optimize through a whole bunch of different coils. And there's not too many places where I can get that much rosin at a reasonable price. So I figured Humboldt would be the place to go. And we rented a place in Arcata. Everyone was super hospitable. We made a lot of good friends, and we bought tons of rosin. And we just started brute force optimizing the coils, the voltages, temperature zones, the spacing, the diameters. And we kind of went in an interesting direction with the design of the Hero Core. We went back in time to those 2014 coils that you saw, where it was like an open coil, because the ceramic was actually the enemy in this situation. That ceramic was trapping all those fats and all those triglycerides, in fact, and making that burnt taste that you get halfway through a cart. So we needed something that would have a free flow that allowed in and out. So we put a stint in between the coil and the wick to make a tube to allow it to go in and out very smoothly. We set up heat zones throughout the coil, and kind of building on what Colin was mentioning earlier, that like device taste, we introduced the anti-dry burn technology, which would prevent that by regulating the resistance. So if the resistance was going up too high, it means that you're dry burning and it would auto shut off the device. So it needed to be totally saturated in order to fire. So some people find that a little annoying. They're like, why is my device not hitting? And I'm like, well, it's saving your butt. That's why. So, like, let it sit for a little bit, preheat it, let it get nice and saturated so you don't get that device taste. Because unlike distillate users, rosin users really care about taste. They really care about their product. So you want it to be fully expressed. And it was a really exciting journey. We met a lot of Frenchy Cannoli's old crew. They were helping us out. They were really cool. And we had a lot of fun out there. It was me and two colleagues from China who were first time in America. And their first time was in Humboldt, California. So I thought that was funny.
Did they smoke with you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Nice. Good.
That's awesome. That's crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done. These things just don't kind of fall into place. It's funny because to the consumer, they all just look They're all just vaporizers, right? There's so many of them. It's like, you guys are probably one of the companies that I could sort of relate to, in the sense that since I started Bubble Bags, I have about 8,000 companies copying me. Like, you can literally go on Amazon and buy like 8 Bubble Bags for like $40, which is just impossible. I couldn't ship a set of Bubble Bags for $40 to Europe. But there's so much bunk out there. How do you cut through the bunk, and release something that is recognizable as something that is actually good? Come on, how do you do it? Answer. I'm just joking.
Takes a lot of work.
Yeah. Go ahead, Danny.
I was just gonna speak from the, just being in China and in the factory. We were in C-Cell's factory for 3 days, and I think the most amazing thing is, like, I go there year after year, and just they have more automation on their assembly lines each and every time. And their economies of scale, it's just insane. And, automation, consistency, right? Robots make less mistakes. And I think the just kind of mind-blowing thing for me is how much goes back to their automation. They have a whole department that's building robotics to take away mistakes, essentially, right? And increase efficiencies. And every time I'm there, I see a new piece of modular automation that's been on the assembly line. And I don't think there's many companies out there that are making manufacturing vapes that have an automation department, that are going, okay, 6 months from now on this line, here's what we need to automate to bring down price, to increase efficiency, decrease, issues, increase safety and performance. So it's pretty epic. It's mind blowing. And like Mark even said, like, he looked at me and he goes, I don't know if America could do this, right? Or it's just mind blowing. So
I'm sure AI will have a big play in these factories in the future, if they don't already as well.
The interesting part is the factory there, we were asking questions, and the ratio of people that actually work in the factories and these R&D centers in China, from like skilled labor to like PhDs and scientists, is flipping, right? So it used to be heavy in manual labor, and now it's flipping. It's more engineers and people to build and run the machines versus like actually assembling the units. So we're going to see a major shift in that. And like Danny said, it comes down to building stuff that's better, has less failure, and it's safer because it's machines and they're robots and they're more consistent. And from a sales perspective, right, as you guys endeavor into launching a product, and many products, right, in the future, is one failure is detrimental to your brand. It's really hard to gain back that customer. You may not even know if you lost a customer. They might be gone and just never told anybody that they hate your brand because your hardware sucks. And so this is working to eliminate that and just provide more consistency. And from a sales perspective, cutting through the race to the bottom is really challenging because everybody can make a cheaper vape. I mean, we drove by the factories in China where they're just like assembling stuff and soldering things, and it's all just so inconsistent and actually, quite frankly, dangerous. From a cartridge side, it's a little less dangerous, but you still have solder and you have all these things and cotton, but then the all-in-one side, the batteries, the toxicity of the battery, and you're inhaling battery gas. That's when it's heating up. It's just, people just don't know, right? And so we do a lot of work in tearing down products in our own lab, and not our own products, competitor products, right? And just trying to understand what others are purchasing so we can position our products a little differently to show them the quality is worth paying literally 5 more cents for or 10 more cents for, because you're just not going to be inhaling dangerous gases or like you said earlier, Marcus, Bubbleman, solder. Where'd it go? Well, you inhaled it all.
Fuck,
You had no
dude.
idea,
The
right?
first time I heard that, I
Disgusting.
was like, oh, that's not good. Inhaling
Yeah.
like toxic, and I get it. Like it's, it's the recreational market, and recreational drugs are not always safe, but cannabis can be. Let's not make a
Mhm.
safe recreational drug unsafe for no good reason other than, well, I need to make more money off of it.
Absolutely.
It needs to be safe. Like, I think that's something everybody on our team's super passionate about. Like, I spent Black Friday, which, it's a holiday for us, tearing apart devices. And just I was the only one in the office just tearing apart devices. And some of the stuff I was finding inside our competitor devices, and like, not to throw anyone under the bus, I'm not going to do that, but like silicone glue right by the atomizer. And Steven, I think I had sent you a picture of it, and I'm like, what is this? This is not safe,
Yep.
right? This looks like bathroom fucking
Mhm.
tile caulking. And it's getting heated up
Yep.
and it's off gassing. And Steven's like, yeah, that's like insane, because there's a lot of units of that out in the market. And
Well,
it's
and
like,
and the companies that
fuck.
know can't throw anyone under the bus, right? You have to protect them. It's so bizarre to me. We just had an event here in Vancouver called Heady Happenings, and 20+% of the entries were failed. They had myclobutanol like in their product. And right away, the guy's like, well, we're not going to mention, we don't want to throw anyone under the bus. It's like, no, throw them under the bus, please.
Yeah.
Let's throw them under the
Yeah.
bus, because what they're doing is completely fucked. Why wouldn't we throw them under the bus? And I get from your perspective, you're a vape company and it's bias and it's this and it's that, but who else is ripping these people's, to me, I was going to ask you guys actually, what goes into designing a truly great all-in-one device from scratch? And I think Danny answered the question before I asked it, which was like, well, for starters, we rip open all of our competitors' units and find out what not to do. What a great way to find the path of what to do by merely looking. And it's companies make it very easy. Trust me, like it's no different for me. I can look at these bags that are $40 on Amazon and I can buy a set and I can realize, holy shit, like these are like the dye in the Gore-Tex is coming out in the water. The screen is silk, not heat stamped polyethylene. It's the holes lose they start doing this after a while. They don't hold their hole anymore. So there's a lot of different ways. It's always the same in cannabis. I felt the same way when my company kind of went under. We weren't allowed to mention the people who brought the company under. It was like, oh, no, you don't want to do that. You can get sued. You don't want to be throwing people under the bus. It's like, why are companies protecting other companies? I guess because we're protecting ourselves. We don't want to get into it. We don't want to have the problem. But in my opinion, if a company is selling something utterly and completely toxic, or they're doing something that's toxic, it's not a bad idea it doesn't mean calling them out is going to destroy them. Maybe calling them out makes them do better. Maybe they're like, oh, fuck, we didn't really realize. Then we got called out. It was a nightmare, but we just stood with it. And we said, okay, we're going to listen to the words of the people who are calling us out, and we're going to find a better way, which is, design a device that doesn't simultaneously poison the end user. And I get it. It's all bottom line. It's cheaper to use that caulking than it is to use the one that doesn't off gas. It's cheaper to use the battery that's off gassing. I understand the reason people do it. It's always a monetary reason. It just seems like something that should be known.
I wish it was a monetary reason, because that would make sense to me. But sometimes I crack open these vapes and I find like weird chemicals. I'm like, that's an expensive chemical. Why would they put that in there? It would be cheaper not to put that in there. And I think what it comes down to is stigma, where in a lot of engineers in China don't have a relation to this drug. And for them, they're just selling a device for druggies in America in their mind. And some of them have come here and have experience, and they understand that, no, this could be someone's mother who needs it for their arthritis. This could be someone who needs it for sleep. This is not a drug. This is a medicine. And they approach it differently. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel because all of these standards are already set for other industries. So if we're dealing with pharmaceutical standards and construction and quality, you're not going to deal with these health hazards. As soon as you start making it like a cell phone, you deal with these health hazards. And these weird design choices are usually out of laziness, where someone just finds a fast fix that KPI set and they can move on. And they don't really think about it too much. So if you make them care, they think about it, and then you don't have these problems.
It's easier to care when you're a user, you know, and it's easier not to care when you think your device is being used by druggies in America.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, you know, I come from a kind of a weird hybrid background of like design, and in designers there's a whole new set of ego. I'll just openly say that, all you designers out there, there's a whole new set of ego that comes to the table when you're dealing with design, engineering components, the way you believe it should be because you're a designer and you've studied this and blah blah blah. They're just some user. There's a real wall that needs to be broken down, I think, between engineer, design, use case. And some companies can do it well. I think Mark and I saw that at PAX a little bit. We saw a glimpse of what could be. You know, and I think that's what I've noticed is that we need a Dieter Rams of cannabis that can kind of come in and see what we need and really drive that forward. Because it's these are choices. Like these are, like you said, these are cognitive choices we're making. Just like we're as hash makers, we're still, you know, there's a due process to get to that end final result, to have that beautiful volatile organic compound just blast you in the face and you take a dab of it and you're like, oh man, that's just everything. So what I really have fallen into just from being around it so much is that we've got to break these things down, you know, and all work together in a really methodical way to try to dispel what we all know. Like all of us on this call know what needs to happen. It's just bringing everyone together to get it done. That's seemingly the hardest part, right? I think we can all kind of agree on that at least, right? It's we have the right path, I think, right now. I think 5 years ago it was a little murky, but now it seems like factories, to your point, are getting to the point where there is efficacy. You have to still have to watch out. You know, you don't want to walk in and see aluminum being dropped into, you know, vats of acid that are then being attached to 510 thread carts, you know. So it seems like there's a lot of those things happening. How do you guys deal with that on your end when you know, you have a machine like C-Cell, so you're very fortunate to have the years of them already going through a lot of this stuff. But you know, when you guys run up against challenges, what are some of the things that you see today that could be better from an efficacy point of view? Anyone?
Bueller.
Go ahead, Steven.
Yeah.
Steven, you got
That's
this.
Come on, I know there's something.
Yeah.
There's some way you're holding it back.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough one. All right. So I think we need to have more R&D in America, honestly. So
Okay.
it's impossible to really like what they have in China is incredible. They have incredible labs, incredible equipment, really brilliant people working really hard, but that's over there. And they don't have our media, and they don't have our variety of genetics and chemical diversity or material compatibility. You know, they can't do that.
It's
So
true.
they need to bring that here. And what Mark and Danny said, you know, we can't bring that here because that machine is too big. So that is the disconnect. So we need a way to be able to test these products either in China or bring the entire system to America at a much larger scale. And our lab in Phoenix was millions of dollars. It was a beautiful lab, but that's one millionth of what you need. You know, you need to go huge scale to do this. So
Yeah, it's true.
we're getting there, and gradually we're growing. And CCEL's opening up more labs in America, and they're building out for other divisions manufacturing even in America. So I see them growing from a Chinese company to an international company, and that jump is going to really help us, but it takes time, that growth. So we have to be a little bit patient in that regard for them to make that transition, and push them to adopt international standards rather than Chinese standards.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair to say. That's well put. Is there any pain points that you see from components, like a lack of, let's say a certain component that stresses things out in terms of supply chain or anything like that? Do you guys run into any of those types of issues?
Well, CCEL is a vertically integrated company. They make everything themselves. And that's also a really important point when talking about competitors, where none of the other ones are. So, you may be getting a coil from one factory, you'll be getting your ceramic from another factory, they'll be assembled in another factory. The R&D and design was done in another factory. So, like, everything is hodgepodged, and the likelihood of someone cutting a corner is really high because it's going to someone else afterwards. So in CCEL, we have that full accountability. So if we did find lead, for example, in one of our tests down the road, there would be hell to pay. Someone would lose a job. That would be a big deal. So, that vertical integration allows for strong accountability in the company. So it's, what we're trying to do is avoid unintentional mistakes. Like, we may come across, a good example is silicone, for example. The silicone seals. I know, that terpenes react with silicone, and every single vape in the world has silicone in it.
I think about that every day.
With very few exceptions. Yeah. So
yeah, no, it's funny.
It's a problem. And
yeah, you're right. So, with that said, because I've thought about it, is that a lack of material understanding? Just we could swap it out for this and not use that, or is that a deeper dive in your personal?
Let me ask you. Let me ask you.
Go for it. Yeah, I love it.
Choice.
Yeah. Well, look, I would go in a deep dive on material change, right? That would be my first go, right? Immediately. I'd say, look, we have to start doing, long-term tests and understand everything from the SDS all the way down, and then see what leaches and what doesn't, and be honest with ourselves, and then make a material change and invest in that. But again, that's easier said than done, right?
Okay. we did that. So now I have the choice of two materials, a very chemical resistant variant of silicone, which will leach less than normal silicone, or a fluorinated polymer like Teflon. What would you pick? And, we're dealing with microplastics, permanent environmental damage, potentially,
the lesser of evils is really the question, right? It's like, you know what I mean? Because it's that's the truth of it. What I think for the audience, what we're saying is they're both not great options, but one versus the other, pound for pound, they're kind of the same in different ways. They're both pretty evil. So so I think that's
pick a material that's best for the consumer to work with.
Can the loss be measured though, right? The reaction that's happening, does it happen over the time that you have a vape pen in your pocket, or is it like a 6-month stability test, or a 6-month, like how long? Because that's what I always wondered, when people put like for me, I got turned on to this very earlier than most. But I used to ask all my friends, like, why would you put that over your weed? And they'd be like, well, what do you mean? And I said, well, when you have jars that age, don't you notice that the trikes stick to that and then they break it down? And when you rub it with your finger, it's like a weird, greasy fucking polymer liquid. And they're like, oh yeah, I did notice that. I'm like, yeah, well, that's not good. Like, just don't use that.
Not good.
Don't use this little, and I can't even tell you, this might have been almost 30 years ago that I started sort of having this realization. Right when I met Skunkman Sam, because he really opened my mind. I mean, I'd read the book Hashish. A lot of it was sort of historical context for me, like, oh, where cannabis came from and the traveling of, and for me, like, all I wanted to know about was hashish. Just wanted to know about hashish. And so meeting Dave was really the eye opener to learning more than I mean, he was just like, I don't know if I could have met a better person in the entire world to teach me about hash than that man. I got very lucky when you really think about it. It was like people talk about winning the lottery. I won the lottery with him. And it really, the Hash Church wouldn't be Hash Church without him. He was one of the main, you know, bringing him on to Hash Church and being like, here, tell everyone else all this stuff. Because he did have a desire. Anyone that knew him, he would post anywhere. And I'd have people come up to me and be like, well, I think I talked to the skunk man. Like, I was like, oh yeah, about what? He's like, oh, I asked a question about breeding. I'm like, yeah, that would have been the skunk man. But he just replied to me. It's like, yeah, of course he replied to you. Like, the way we move things forward is by having dialogue with everyone, not choosing who we have dialogue based on some mental construct of importance or whatever that you're, you know, trying to base it on. So yes, shout out to Skunkman Sam Bingo Lombardi. Always nice to be able to bring him up. I think it's a wild and interesting conversation, and it always goes back to the same thing with these pens, is not that the people who use them ever have these conversations. I swear to God, the people who have these conversations are the people who don't use the pens. And the people who don't use the pens are very worried about the pens. It's like they're smoking glue and paper and plant matter, but they're extremely worried about the pens. And I am not to say, I've sat on both sides of the fence with my judgments and my opinions, but as I get older, I just kind of leave it up to, look, these things are not going away. They are convenient and they are effective. And because of that, they're not going to go away. So then it leads us to be like your company. You know, what you can do is make them as good as possible. Try to figure out breakthroughs, try to figure out new understandings. It seems like, and I think I'm right when I say this, that you guys are willing to uncover an expensive mistake. Like, not a lot of companies are. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, you guys are looking to make sure things are safe. And if you discover something's not, fuck, like, you're not going to put it under the carpet. It's going to be like, oh shit, like, there's no insurance for this. We just discovered something major and now we have to fix it. That's kind of one of the things I like about you guys. It's hard to have like a high level of consciousness or integrity, you know, while selling vape hardware. Like I said, when I first met vape hardware people, like, you were the first people I ever met that sold vape. What, second, because that Gary guy was the same way. He just seemed intent on blowing off his own foot. He was just like, he was just going to find every bad thing that you could put in a vaporizer, expose it, and make. And by the way, he had made a unit, and I don't think I have one anymore. Oh, this might be it. This is a company that copied his unit, but this is exactly what his unit looked like. It's a completely reusable over and over. This was years ago. His company went under since, but he ran 2 kilos of oil through this pen. He ran 2 kilos of oil through a pen.
Savage.
Like, savage, bro, but
savage.
High integrity, low profit. He just, do you know what I mean? And I like, how do we maintain an aspect of like, look, we have to, like, everyone has to get paid or the company goes under, we don't exist anymore. How do you measure the profit margins versus the, you know, because in the cannabis industry in particular, it seems to be like bad if you make profit. Like, people are like, what do you mean you made profit? It's like, well, I put in 80 hours a week. Like, I have to make profit, dude. Like, do you want to talk to my wife? She'll explain it to you. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit. All the married men smiled.
I feel that.
Hey,
right?
we're competing against 60-cent carts. I mean,
dude, it's impossible.
You don't want to know what's in those.
Dude, I know. Yeah. I know. And I have people hit me up daily to tell me they have the 60-cent carts. I can get you 60-cent carts. Like, you don't need to be spending all that money. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, listen, the world has to stop taking the hit. Okay. Businesses have to start taking the hit. You just have to make less, but it's a better product. That's it.
Yeah.
It is a bummer. Trust me. I'm competing with $30 bubble bags. So it is what it is. And it's funny because it happens in all aspects. The live hash rosin market, I don't like to say we're competing, but the market is competing with like $10 distillate pens, you know, with botanical terpenes that are like haven't even been distilled, right? So like, you know, when you buy like the D-limonene, 5% of it is citric acids. You have to distill them out of the material. They're orange. Horatio and I went through this on a video we did years ago in his lab, the inner sanctum of Horatio Delbert. He was doing extracts with D-limonene, and they kept tasting like orange. And I was like, there's something going on, dude. And he just kept, you know, having these conversations with Dr. Mark, and he eventually figured out that if he distilled it, he could remove these contaminants out. Well, that's the thing, right? It's really about learning the knowledge of distilling, whatever it is you're in the middle of distilling. It all plays a part. And the amount of people that are smoking on these pens, because I had a moment early on, I did the pen and then I had no pen. And then I was like, I don't know if I want to do pens. And then I was like, of course I want to do pens. Like, why wouldn't I want to do pens? Seems like a no-brainer, because the purpose from my perspective, I used to want to teach everyone to make hash. And now I've shifted into, I would very much like everyone to taste some of my hash, some of what we're offering out into the market. And it's been a really cool experience getting back to the US for the first time in almost 30 years, hooking up with all these amazing partners like Dan, you know, driving across the country. Like, dude, these are all things I have not done. I see Etienne doing it. He's going to Alaska. He's going to New Orleans. I could not travel to the US for 30 years. And honestly, dude, it's like every show. Hey, are you going to go to the show? No. Are you going to go to so-and-so's 60th birthday? No. Oh, are you going to come down for the funeral? No. It was just all a bummer. And now it's all so good. I'm allowed to go down there. I'm beyond stoked at the relationships and the connections of all these amazing, like, dude, there's so many amazing Americans that I've met, you guys all being on the list, but you can meet more than just at shows. You know, I used to only go to shows. Now it's like I can meet people in and around. I'm blabbering on, but basically all I'm saying is I appreciate you guys and I appreciate my ability to come down there. And I will appreciate being able to come down there and snowboard in the very near future, if and ever you guys get snow again, Colorado.
For real.
That was a weird time to go to Colorado for the first time. I was just like, is this normal, Dan? And just, you guys don't have snow? And he's like, no, bro, this is not normal.
Yeah, it was the worst winter, I think, on record. Next year should be better. We'll get up on the slopes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Ted was kind enough to, and shout out to Ted, my other partner in Colorado, who's also friends with Danny, who there's just this super trippy, cool, me and Ted and Danny trio there. So that's another person that kind of brought our groups together. I like when the groups get brought together in a very organic manner, like Danny making bubble with his dad using my bags. Dude, that is the greatest way for us to meet ever. I mean,
Absolutely.
So cool, dude. So cool.
No, and the Ted story is rad too. I think I met Ted at the Gorge. We were at a Pretty Lights show, and he was hanging with some of my old buddies from Colorado. And next thing we know, we're talking about weed, and I flew out to St. Louis, and he had this nice little clandestine lab under his house in St. Louis, under his cabin, and then we found out he knew you, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm talking to Mark." It's just like I love that the world and the energy. It just brings the good ones together, you know?
Yeah, no, it really does. And Ted is definitely one of the good ones. He's hilarious, just an absolute character of a guy. But I drove back from Moffat when I was down in south of Colorado. I drove back with him, and we ended up driving by all the big mountains like Keystone and Copperhead. And I don't know, there was like 5 of them that we drove by. And I was just like, yeah, I need to get back up here with my board and yeah, get on the plank. For me, it's my favorite thing in the whole world to do. More than my second favorite thing would be motorcycles, but snowboarding is my favorite. Like ripping down a mountain, just spraying powder. And all you can hear in the background is your nut bar friends going, woo! It's a woohoo day, we call it. It's a woohoo day.
Hey,
So
sounds like we need to get to Nelson, Bubbleman, and do a little cat mission.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. My buddy's trying to get me up to, what is it? I
Bald
think it's in,
face?
yeah, I think, yeah, it's actually, if you want me to send you the link, he's planning it right now, a cat trip up there. He went last year and said it was great. Or this year.
Yeah, please. Danny and I would probably have to make a R&D journey.
Dude, those are
Yeah,
important journeys. We could test the units, Steve's going to want to know how they work in snow and temperature and elevation. And dude, we'll track all that shit.
I'll put a little barometer on it, manometer.
There you go. Mountain vape. Someone asked earlier, can you take that thing up to 12,500 feet and spend the day on the mountain? It's like, I don't know, but I am sure going to try.
Have you guys tested filling carts at different elevations? Like you were saying, you were doing your R&D down in Humboldt. Have you guys done any R&D at higher elevations?
I have not, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did some stuff in a chamber in China, but not here, not in America.
I will say, from going out to Colorado, it opened up my mind in regards to hash making, because it's so dry there, like incredibly dry. The cold supply chain becomes even more important. It's like super hard to preserve and cure material, because even if you do properly, if people keep asking to see it and you're opening it and showing it, no matter what, no matter how well you cured it, it just turns to dust. Like, it is the craziest. And dry sifting, everything is different there. I wouldn't be surprised if the elevation is causing differences as well, especially for filling pens. What have you noticed, Dan? Because you must have done it at a lower level as well as 12,000.
Yeah, I think I like filling at a high level and it coming down to the city. We normally are at 8,000 feet here. We used to grow up in Alma, and yeah, that cold temperature for making hash out on the porch in 2010 was always awesome. And the not having all that extra humidity, I think, plays nicely at times, but then can also hurt, during like flower, for instance, the curing process in flower. Sometimes in Colorado, you have to add humidity. And, Colorado, I think, is kind of known for some drier flower, compared to California.
Yeah, it was definitely dry. The hash reacted differently. I had to kind of shift a few things to just be like, oh, okay, this is different. Like, I didn't really realize. I think just for making certain products that I make, like pre-rolled pure hash joints and some of the traditional hashes, like, things change in different places. And it would be interesting as hash makers if we paid more attention to those variables, the pressure, the height, the temperature, the humidity, all of these things. Humidity is a big one, plays a drastic effect on how flower cures, on how hash dries. Like, it's incredible that we don't have more eyes on humidity and moisture and water activity than, I do with my Valvera's unit right here sitting on my desk. But before that, I didn't have access to active water, or bound water or unbound water, which is also a very interesting conversation and topic, and probably plays a role in resin in regards to how it's pressed. If you remove too much of the bound water from a material and then press it, I can imagine that you would do more damage to the oil and the volatile organic compounds than you would, say, if in the least the bound water was present, protecting that sort of cellular structure. Then again, if you leave too much unbound water in, obviously we know what that does. I'll never forget Johnny trying to come up with frozen when he was fresh frozen. He was pressing fresh frozen. And he goes to give me a dab, and this fucking piece of hash like spurts off the banger onto my fucking cheek. And I'm just like, dude, I was like, John, you are so lucky that didn't go into my eye. Like, I'm just not going to lie. Like, I can forgive you, but I don't think I would have forgived you if it got in my, like, hot boiling hash on your eyeball, crack snappling and popping all day long. I love you, Johnny B, but that shit was insane. That shit was insane. So back to the shout out to Corey and the rosin reactor. What do you guys, are you just telling your customers you should check out the rosin reactor or the Pelle Pore, or how are you suggesting people decarb their oil, if you are at all, for filling different carts? Do you guys have different SOPs, or is it just kind of like, it's not in our, we don't have to deal with that. People can just do whatever they want.
I think at this stage in the industry, most established manufacturers have their own SOPs, but I get questions all the time on how to decarb. I'm always happy to help. We had a DSC in our lab, which is a really cool machine. It's kind of like a calorimeter, and we put very pure THCA into it at 99.99% purity, and ran through this analysis where it takes a little scale, puts it in inert gas, and through a very precise furnace begins to vaporize, and then analyze what comes out and measure the temperature. And with a TGA and a lot of equipment. Anyway, so we see like where does THCA melt and when does it begin to decarb at a time temperature formula, and essentially that's great if you wanted to go on a fundamental basis. In reality, people have equipment considerations and budget considerations, and you have to talk to them about, like, all right, what do you got in your lab? You know, what are you working with? You know, what did you buy already? What did you spend $60,000 on already? And then optimize through that process. So some people believe in the low and slow process. I think that's great if you have everything mixed together. My philosophy is separate your volatiles and anything that you don't want to be heated from the things you want to be decarbed. Decarb the shit out of it and then add it back together. That's my philosophy.
That's a great philosophy, actually. Steven's just giving out SOPs on Hash Church, Dan. That's fucking,
I love it.
That's super smart. You just like spin the terps off of it, decarb the fucking THCA, put it back together.
I mean, there's a million ways to skin a cat. You don't have to spin it. You could crystallize it. I mean, all sorts of different things you can do.
Yeah.
But
the reason I asked the question is because it seems like it's so important that the more people get decarbing right, the more your product works the way it was designed to work. You know, like if you're putting half, like 80% decarbed or even 90, but getting microscopic crystallization of THC, fogging out the cart and thickening up the oil and slowing down the combustion, it just doesn't, like, you want people to use your product the right way. And it seems like decarb, I see the CannaBrand Solutions, because you're a solutions company, the decarb solutions, and it's based exactly on what you just said. It's based on, tell us what you're working with. What did you just spend 60 grand? If not, it's like, here, this is one of the cheapest ways you can do it. You know, the Pelle Pore, it's about 5 grand. It's a pretty affordable way to decarb rosin. You know, I'm sure there's other varieties that you guys could come up with, just because it seems like it would be a nice little, here you go, customers, like, don't do this wrong, because if you do, our product will not appear to be working as well as it was designed to work.
For sure. For sure. That's exactly what we're trying to do. And we will help any customers who ask, you know, any recommendations on decarb. It's a very sensitive issue. A lot of customers really care about their SOPs and don't want to change their media. They're very, you know, sensitive to their products, and the customers are receptive to that product. And once I start telling people how to do their product, you know, where does the uniqueness of their product come into play?
Well, you don't have to tell them as much as just, this is just an offering that comes with our product. By all means, decarb however you want. But, you know, there are wrong ways to do it. Whether people want to be sensitive about that or not, I don't care. It's just like, dude, if you're doing it wrong, here's the thing with my SOPs. I always want to make them better. I'm not interested in locking them in and being like, this is what people are going to get and they're going to get it forever. It's like, no, I want to, like, I want as time changes, as things change, and as the way we consume and popularity changes, right? Like right now we're in this fresh frozen world of let's preserve as many of these monoterpenes as possible. They are more caustic. They are sharper on the throat. People love them. That could shift. We could shift into, you know, right now we have a lot of very young people that are into cannabis, a bigger group than ever. Well, maybe in 20 to 30 years, when they're all in their 50s, they'll have this revelation that like, I don't know if I want to smoke the monos as much anymore. As you know, I'm just using that as sort of as an example. But yeah, I mean, listen, I sold my product with very specific SOPs, and when people wrote me back and said, "Why does my hash not melt like yours?" I told them exactly why. And let me tell you, 9 out of 10 times, they did not want to hear that they had to create a 20-year relationship with soil and plants and genetics. And they just didn't want to hear that. They were just like, oh, well, can I just blast it and get a gold oil? I was like, absolutely, you can. And that's what 90% of people went and did. And that's why the full melt hash world grew so slowly, because it was only really the very few who were like chefs, right? It was a Michelin star. You know, who doesn't want 6 Michelin hash stars, right? You want the 6 star. That's what you want. And if you can't get it, it's a weird thing to give up on and be like, settle for like much less. BHO was a major reason why that happened to Bubble Hash, because there was this massive pathway for people to take. As BHO slowed down and more people blew up and burned themselves and only the hardcores really stuck around, Bubble started growing again, and people were starting to pay attention to making hash. And then Soil Grown pressed a bud. And once he did that, it was like people didn't need to grow great herb anymore, because they could press mediocre bubble and make pretty great rosin. You know, so that's I still look forward to the days where we find the pathway that is the 6 star, where maybe we have the 6 star carts on the you know, in the market, which is what I showed earlier. I don't know if anyone remembered when I showed that earlier, but here I'll show it one more time. This was from Corey from the Rosin Reactor, and this is a Piatella no squish rosin cart. Like,
looks
how
delicious.
Fucking insane is that? Like, dude, I want to make full melt 6 star Piatella carts. No squish. I am
It's gonna take a ton of material, dog. Just takes a ton of material.
Don't you have acres, Colin?
We do, but listen, that guy, he probably, look, I know what that takes, and he took probably a lot of material for a little squeeze on that thing. And now I bet it's amazing, but we got to figure out a way to scale that now. So that's
think about it. It's more scalable than rosin because he's using bubble.
Is it though?
Well, he's using bubble and you're using rosin. So what are your losses versus his? Yours have to be higher. You're squishing the bubble, so you're getting a loss there, right? And then you're decarbing. All he's doing is decarbing.
Oh, you're saying, so he's going through a decarb process. I thought you were saying like true Piatella, where he like pulls it off.
He had to decarb it.
Got it.
Even Piatella, because it's a solid.
Yeah, so I would imagine that's just a little thicker. Yeah, dude, now you're getting my brain working. I gotta
exactly, dude.
That's what we're doing. I gotta do it. I'm gonna go do it. I'll do it next week.
What's that, Steven?
So like around the trichome, you have this cuticle, waxy cuticle.
Yep.
And in order, when you're making Piatella, that's gonna be dissolved in your terpene mixture.
Correct.
And then you're gonna decarb that all together. And you're gonna have a lot of fats and lipids.
Yeah,
so
the same ones that are in rosin.
More,
but they're also present in rosin. But keep in mind, the fats and lipids, when those proper components that cannabis has had for thousands of years, the one that keeps us from getting lung cancers and bronchitis and pneumonias from smoking and inhaling these resins, are present in both the bubble and the rosin.
That's true.
Yeah. Fact.
Yeah. So thank God for that. Because I remember my BHO buddies, like when it first came out, they were loving it. And then they all started getting the drippy nose and the, and even like it took a while, but eventually someone was like, this isn't normal. And the minute they started winterizing and getting rid of that shit, It just wasn't an issue anymore. And I never seen that from anyone that I know that smokes rosin. No one that I know that smokes rosin is having like chronic bronchitis and pneumonia the way I did see with BHO.
I think the big problem with BHO was CRC, and a lot of people CRC incorrectly, and they're imparting silica particles into their media, which we're then inhaling in small amounts, or other weird chemical contingents that are getting into it through activated media.
Well, that came way after. This is early days when no one even knew. But you're right. And Jorge from Chemtech came on here and did a very good little conversation on CRC. And how, you know, to use it right is to use very little of it. It's like, you just want to, he's like, we didn't want to get rid of the colors. We just wanted to like, just remove this layer.
Yeah.
And people just went crazy and was like, we want that white. It's like, okay, holy shit.
Yeah.
It's,
you can CRC safely, but a lot of people don't. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, this is the problem we're talking about with everything, right, Stephen?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the problem that you guys are dealing with. You're competing with 60-cent carts that are not safe in any way, shape, or form. And here's the beautiful thing generally about companies that undercut and sell dangerous things. They usually have like some of the biggest sales because people are just always willing to go down that pathway of, I don't know what it is. It's just like people choose shitty more often than not. And I guess we do it under the guise of our wallets. I mean, I certainly don't live what I would call like, I don't drive a Rolls Royce. I don't wear like $4,000 t-shirts. And
what do you mean,
mean? Like,
dude? Stop. You have the Super Cruiser. I've seen it, dude. Come on.
Dude, I got the fucking Wraith, bro. No, but you know what I mean? Like for the most part, I'm in the mediocre. I'm like, not like, I'm good with the mediocre. I'm good with like a $40 cap. Like this is perfect for me. At the same time, I want 6-star and I want higher quality when it comes to smoking. Cannabis has this very strange, unique way of getting into our minds and making sure, at least some of us, you know, and I'm sure we're a small percentage compared to the masses that use cannabis, which is probably why brickweed was so popular for so long. It probably still would be today if it came on the market. Probably people would be like, yeah, this is great. I'm fine with this. I'm just rolling it in a huge, thick export green rolling paper that's like cardboard. Oh my goodness.
I mean, there's people who drink Folgers. There's people, you know.
That's it. There's always levels. So, you know, I find, and I don't know if you guys find this, because are you able to fuel the entire market? Are you guys like, you've got your podium products that you want to make, but you also are making products for distillate carts and whatever cart that people want to put in? You guys are just trying to make the sort of best version of each of those grades, correct?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I think it's a good way, because what I notice about any market is that swag is always the biggest aspect of the market, and it's like the easiest part to make better. And so for a while I was locked into this, I can only have the top podium product. And then I realized, well, no, I want to make sure that I get hash to all the different groups, like people that are like newbies that are just starting to smoke and only want to spend like $10 versus people that are like, I'll drop $60 on a gram of full melt or whatever. I want to be able to sell hash to all those different groups. The harder group is the top group, the lower group, because they're getting sold such crap. I find, and maybe you guys do as well, it's easier to make that product better. You know, not the best by any means, because they're not choosing the $3 or whatever cart, but the one that's the most affordable for them, that's still much better than what's, you know, currently on the market.
I mean, how much innovation can you put into a cart like that's $1 or less?
That's
you know,
what I'm
it's
saying.
then you start cutting corners on the manufacturing, the materials. It gets real dirty. And the facilities are just not clean. I mean, when you walk into our factory, we're like wearing full suits, clean rooms, you know, that's not happening in most facilities there. So it's all about cutting the corners on all aspects of the manufacturing, not just the materials.
Well, that's how it makes it more affordable, right? So I totally get that. Yeah, it is what it is. You gotta put good products out there, because people are willing to cut every corner. They'll cut corners on a circle, and I don't even know how you do that. Well, we've been going for a couple of hours, just over 2 hours here on our season 12 episode. We talked a little bit about snowboarding, talked a lot about vape pens, a little bit about the Bubbleman brand, which is what we're doing with Dan in Colorado and in New Mexico, and maybe Massachusetts soon. We'll see how that works out. But yeah, we're definitely excited to be releasing the all-in-one Vision Box with from CannaBrand Solutions. I love mine when I'm there. I'm always stoked to get another one. I guess what I really got to do is get some in Canada so I can fill my own and like have my own here in Canada. Because I will say in Canada, I am vape penless. I don't have like a vape pen in Canada. Is that not a crime?
We can fix that. We'll send you some of the branded ones.
Oh, that's what's up. Yeah, then I can just like drop my own. I just got like some big jars. Just drop that right in there.
I'm like 3-hour drive from your spot in Lions Bay. So
I know I got to come down and visit you
there.
guys. And vice versa. You guys should come up here, but I definitely need to drive over the border. I haven't done that yet. I've just been flying. I need to drive over and open that up to my mind to realize that I could just like be driving down anytime I want, which is pretty cool. I want to go see Logan in Wenatchee as well, which I think is about maybe 5+ hours away.
Yeah. Wenatchee. What
about Wenatchee? Wenatchee Patachi? No. Oregon.
Oregon. Yeah. No.
Washington.
Washington. Really?
Washing machine.
Well, listen, if you think that's good, my wife used to take the train up to Prince George like 3 days a week. It was like a 15-hour train ride each way. And she'd stop in a place just north of Whistler called Lillooet. And she had an American dude on there, and he went between the carts outside, and he was smoking a butt. And my wife caught him, and she's like, "Hey man, you can't do that." And he was very upset. And he said, "Are you trying to tell me I can't smoke till Lillooet?" And so he renamed Lillooet forever for all of me and all my friends. We all call it Lillooet now. It's the greatest mispronunciation of a city or place that I have personally ever heard in my life. And he was so mad when he said it, apparently it made it even funnier. My wife burst out laughing. So shout out to her for mocking the Lillooet passenger. What's everyone puffing on? I don't see you guys puffing on much. You got some pens filled with something?
Got a couple.
Okay, wow, you got some big fancy ones. How big is that? What did you? Ooh.
Got some grapes and cream. Got some super boof and AIO. It's going to New York.
I got some bubble up full melt bubble.
I got some jet lag.
Oh, damn, that's good. That's the good stuff.
Yeah.
Got some of that myself.
Yeah, you just got back as well, Etienne. Not from China, but from Austria and Italy.
Italy. Yeah, I just came back, was in Milan yesterday. So yeah, opposite sides of the world, Mark.
Etienne was convincing the world not to execute people for cannabis in some countries that they still like to do that in. So Etienne's always fighting the good fight.
Kevin Sabet and the boys were out and playing, so we had to go play opposite side of the field there and kick their ass. So, it's what we do.
Dude, good for you. I can't believe you saw that guy. That guy is like devoid of reality. He's just is not living.
Oh, no, dude. We saw him on the tram. And the look in his face was, "Oh shit, we're off campus." And I just stood there at the doorway and just looked at him, just took pictures of him and just looked at him like the bitch that he is. It was just, yeah. Anyway, yeah, he was fucking with my boys too. He was winking at one of my guys. I almost had to go to the UN and be like, "Hey, look, we have nothing against same-sex marriages, but your boy keeps winking at my guy here, and if he needs to either put up or shut up, don't tease my boy." So yeah, it's just dumb shit. UN, no, it's very professional. It's very civil there. Everybody is very worldly. But yeah, they still want to kill people for pot, and we're like, stop that. And, yeah, they're kind of they're listening. I mean, we feel that we're making headway. Of course, we had an amazing side event honoring our friend Wade Laughter, who was a regular here on Hash Church, but he was also a regular with our Veterans Action Council. And yeah, people, the writing our friend Derek Bergman from VOC in the Netherlands did a write up because he was there, and he said there wasn't a dry eye in the house when Forrest was showing, the videos and pictures of those butterfly children. Now, even those jazz pharmaceutical people in the corner were all tearing up. I mean, because they talk the talk about CBD, and it's another thing to actually see what is done and what is needed. And they seemed rather humbled and human in the situation, but that's why we did it. We did it to honor a friend. Um, when we brought Monica over and Forrest presentation. Let me tell you, ooh, devastating to non-believers or anybody who doesn't believe in the aspect of medical cannabis. You cannot look at those videos and see those children and see the effect and the before and after and hold your shit together. Yeah, credit to Forrest, man. I mean, he puts together a powerful presentation, but that's because he's lived it. He has had to raise his child, and this was the first time he was out of the country in 18 years, folks, since he's had his child. So we were very honored to have him and gave him and Monica the chance to go enjoy Vienna where they could. But Forrest is like, where do you need me? And he was there walking the halls, talking the talk, educating various people to the point where for some historical context here, the side events that are hosted at the United Nations are usually midweek. For some reasons, ours was put as the last on Friday. Well, most of the events are done Monday through Thursday, so there's very few people at the UN for the CND, except major diplomats, etc. And I literally said to our people, I bet you we have maybe 5 people in our room. Boy, was I very wrong. It was packed. Every seat was filled. That was a shocker for me. I was humbled and happy about it, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, we were navigating of course, the room that we were in, the camera was out. So we had to literally figure out our whole Zoom thing on the fly, which we did. And yeah, we were able to get that going. So yeah, it was just an amazing experience. It was wonderful to share it with Monica. She, of course, broke down in tears afterwards. It was just an amazing experience. And it sounds from people who were there, it came through that way. And we didn't intend it that way, but we were humbled that it came out, wonderfully. And more than anything, we were happy to honor and enshrine our friend in the UN forever. So that's the best we could hope for. And it took us 8 months of planning to do it, and it literally came together the morning of. So it's a lot of planning, but a lot of happy accidents along the way. And St. Wade helped make it possible. So thank you, Wade. We love you.
Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. Well, I don't know if you've ever met these guys at TAN before that are in the room right now. Mark and Steven and Danny are all from CannaBrand Solutions, and Daniel is my partner in Colorado and New Mexico.
Nice. Happy to meet you. I think, Mark, you've been on Hash Church before, but to the others, I hope to meet you all in person and to blow a few bowls together, at least. Because fuck it.
Absolutely, dude. Yeah, at 10 started the Berkeley Patients Group and has been doing that for a very long time, and is a veteran and has this veteran council that he does once or twice or 3 times a week. I get those emails, dude, and I always feel bad that I don't show up, but I will show up.
It's for you're welcome to anytime, But no, yeah, I worked my PTSD out from my worst shit from 35 years ago by helping and other people and moving the issue and driving it forward. And I've worked along a lot of great activists from around the world, and just happy to be a small cog in a big picture of things, trying to make this move forward so that, I'm a patient, I'm a provider. I've been doing it for 26, going on 27 years, legally in California. So it's needless to say, I always have vested stake in seeing the improvements, and it's been just watching the carts from 2010 just to today has been a learning curve from producers, patients, and providers all in all, right? Because it started off with, questionable technology, right? From the old cotton and, fusings and trying to figure out ways to then peg and other type of lubricants to until we figured out that you could actually use, the terpenes in certain percentages to lubricate so it would actually work in these pans. But you guys struggle. You deal with these pens come from, two factories in China. So you struggle with,
Maybe not
trying to,
anymore. They educated us a little bit. Apparently
oh, they
things
did.
have
Okay.
apparently things are changing a little bit. But yeah,
Well,
these
they
guys.
fucking better. I mean, it's been shitty. I mean, because my point was, how do you craft such a great product to put it in such a shitty delivery method? No offense to anybody, but I mean, when you look at the technology, we've been stuck on this technological kind of treadmill for a while of what you could put into to make it work, right? As opposed to you starting with something and crafting it from the beginning. You've
It's
kind of always
exactly
been
what
the
Steven
subject to
said today. Steven
the
literally
technology.
said you have to craft it around the oil.
Yeah.
So that's where
Yeah.
these guys are
So
coming from.
good. Fuck yeah, because the technology, I mean, it's been sucky because we in North America don't have the technological production or haven't had in the past. It has been classically, limited to the China. And of course, that led us to a whole series of, having to go through different educational campaigns, right? To let people know that, those pens with a hole in the center you don't want to get because you're inhaling and off gassing the, you know, all the other stuff that you don't want to actually be inhaling, right? So this is part of where we have had to, as the, consumer patient as well as the provider, educate the consumer so that they don't do harm, right? Because we're dealing with patients and we're looking at harm reduction. And so what's your long-term goals then, looking at harm reduction to finally arrive at a tool that you can finally feel 100% that you could believe in? Does that even exist right now?
Yeah. You know, uh, there's this very strong follow the leader, to call it very politely, culture in China, where as soon as someone does something good, everyone does the same thing the next day. And I hope that happens more with our company, and that other cheap brands start copying better standards. Um, because right now, when I go to a dispensary and I want to buy a cart, I don't know what I'm buying. Is it a C cell? Is it in another company? Is it an Alibaba? Like, I don't know what I'm getting, and there's no label on the boxes. So we need, as a whole industry, to raise our bar, not just, like, I could talk how well we do, but that doesn't mean someone else is going to do that well. And if the whole industry doesn't rise, then we all get stigmatized. So distillate is a good example. As a media, they have all this weird conversions and THCP and poisons out there, and a lot of people are scared of distillate now. But you can make perfectly safe good distillate. It's possible, but no one does because there's so much garbage out there. So it's a really hard market, and when you're going to these cheapest denominator carts, you're getting poisoned, and that's just what it is. So unless there is some kind of accountability for these companies, we're not going to be seeing any changes.
So can you give Etienne a little bit of insight into how you guys go about, like, making sure components are safe, just sort of some of the R&D you did with the group full of PhDs in the lab, like some of how deep that rabbit hole goes in regards to surface areas and off gassing and all of these things?
Yeah. So like I said, most safety testing is done through a third party. So we would go for like ICP-MS testing for heavy metals, and we would want to test extractables and leachables to see if there's any material compatibility issues or leaching going on with different housings. So recently, there's been a lot of talk about PCTG leaching in oils, and we haven't used PCTG. We use PA12, which is nylon. Now, when I worked in the lab, a lot of my equipment was made out of nylon because it's extremely compatible with terpenes and butane and a lot of the commonly used chemicals in the lab for hydrocarbons. So I was immediately like, that perfectly makes sense to me that PA12 would be totally compatible with oils in a cart. And when then we do the testing, we see no leaching, and it's relatively safe. The term harm reduction would be the legal term, but um, when we're obviously glass is the best, there's no question, and then stainless steel is the best. But when you start decreasing the cost of products, you may have to make compromises on certain materials. So uh PA12 is also much more durable than glass, so if you drop it, you don't risk breaking your tank. So there's trade-offs with different materials back and forth, but ultimately we go through that material compatibility, aerosol testing, and then performance testing. And performance testing was the bulk of our job at our SDR lab, and third party for heavy metals, because that would have to be submitted legally.
Oh, thanks for the share, Stephen.
No problem.
No, I completely understand. When we first, I understand your fear and where it comes from. When we first did testing of cannabis testing originally in 08 and 09, and we started testing people's stuff, when it failed, they just took it elsewhere. And that was a problem for us, right? Because then it was like, oh shit, well, I have no authority to destroy it, right? Nor do I have the money to buy it to destroy it. However, it's unethical for you now to take that and go sell that, right?
Yeah.
And they did. People did that shit, and they did a lot. And so I realized quickly that shit, what do we have to do? Well, I passed legislation in my city that the other dispensaries had to have testing. And then I got legislation through Prop 64 that made sure that cannabis had to be tested in the state of California. So it has to start somewhere, and you have to be that litmus. And sometimes you have to be the person that has to be that steps up and shows people how it's done. I've been that example. I understand the fear, but at the same time, quality, will sell itself. However, I've watched people craft quality things that never were able to never get itself entrenched in the market, historically. So it's a little bit of right place, right time. But, I think when it comes to carts and carts technology, this is um, a technology front that needs to be explored more for the safety and efficacy of the patients, right?
For
So
sure.
that they're getting something that you're getting, right? We want to, you're trying to create the oil that replicates, right? This as close to the plant as possible. It's replicating, right? So then you want a delivery method that's going to get it there as well. But, they're also expected to be, recyclable and biodegradable and, all these things that carts are not, right? And that's the other big problem with carts is they're the non-disposable roaches of our there are dirty laundry that we can't get rid of, right? That no one can
Yeah.
recycle them. Nobody. We've talked to this many times over the last decade. There's no recycling these. There's no pulling the metals and all that stuff out of them. So,
well,
there
in the
has
defense of recycling, you can't recycle about 80% of the stuff you think you're recycling. So if you want to go down that rabbit hole,
you are
it might be
100%
more
correct.
than 80%. It might be 90%. And that is, I'm not trying to say it's better or it's worse. I'm just saying that, yeah, we do use a lot of things that are not recyclable.
And my whole point out of this is I believe we can craft something that's more ecologically or reusably sound. It just does not currently exist.
Yeah.
And I hope that it someday we're able to arrive there. So something that is either reusable, recleanable, that is, refillable. No, that's been tried, and that's, a messy, hard sell from, trying to provide, little syringes with little needles and all the things. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of fear that comes from, the consumer base when it comes to something like that. So it's just yeah, I've just seen so much stagnation in that field. I'm happy to see that there are people who are looking at changing the stagnant paradigm, shall we say.
I agree. Yeah. I would love it if they're in the future, in the near future, because there's all this talk, right, about recycling, and there's a lot of greenwashing out there. And I'm, I started this company on the packaging side, really passionate, and trying to dive into how do I find compostable materials. I researched PLA, with cornstarch-based polylactic acid, you know, and a few problems with that. Number one, economies of scale. It's 3 times as much right now as regular polypropylene, polyethylene, etc., right? But in order to get it to the same price, you need economies of scale. But no one wants to. How do you get there, right? And so it's what the fuck?
Yeah, it's insane. I just looked up plastics, and only 9% of all plastics actually get recycled into products. I'm like, that's so fucked up. My wife's got me fucking separating out all this shit into these boxes every Friday. And now, and I'm just like, look, I want to do this. I want to believe. You're right. This greenwashing and virtue signaling, like, we gotta join reality of like, how do we do this? Like, I saw a woman recently, and she was, I think it was in an American Congress, and she was like, we got to get rid of plastics. And the guy just decimated her. He was like, really? Like, what about your plastic eyelashes and your plastic phone case and your plastic clothes and your plastic hair extensions and and he just kept going on. And she couldn't deny any of it. She's like, holy shit. Your plastic water bottle. Oh no, she said, oh no, her water bottle was glass, but her top was plastic. And then he asked her what she thought the pipes were made of that brought the water from in the building to the tap that she got the water from. And it was just all plastic. It's kind of like the petrochemical thing. Like, we need to get away from petrochemicals. I'm not a bad person in the sense that I love the idea of moving in the right direction. What I don't like the idea of, particularly since COVID, when people blew this virtue signaling up to a new level where they decided to police me and tell me I had to wear a mask and get a fucking vaccine that never actually worked. I just lost my shit on all of it, to the point where now I'm like, I'd like to be able to do the right thing, but I'd want to follow what the right thing really is versus someone's version of it who might be virtue signaling more than they really care about whatever. Because, it is a big problem here. I don't see anyone doing anything about it for the recycling thing. Nobody cares. The plastic, it just all gets burned in some other country or goes into a landfill. It would be nice, and I kind of wish for this almost. There's so much lying and dishonesty in the world right now, and there's so much bullshit that it would be, if I were asked what I would like to get out of AI, I would love for AI to be called Behind the Curtain. And you have an AI that's released into the world, and it just gives you the true story on everything that's going on about everything. This is what this is. This is what this is. I think we'd all be super shocked to find some of the things we don't support, we maybe should be, and some of the things we do support, we maybe shouldn't be. And it's just also confusing with the internet and so much information and so much data. So much of it isn't even real. I like to just look at the things people post nowadays, and I'll either remove the story or by copying and pasting it, or I'll remove a photo and I'll just put it into like 3 or 4 different AIs, because I'm sure they're biased too, but I'll go Perplexity, I'll go ChatGPT, I'll go Grok, a couple of different AIs. And it's amazing how often the AI knows immediately, no, this is a complete and total fabrication. But people are getting into big arguments in the comment section about it. And I'm just like, oh my God, like, I love the idea of moving in the right direction that doesn't harm humans, that's good for the planet, all of these sort of things, but that's based in reality. And that is a hard found thing. I think that's why the product doesn't exist yet, Etienne, to be honest.
What do you guys think about hemp plastics as like a viable option for, alternative?
I mean, I always thought it was a cool idea. It always looked more coarse and more rough than
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's high tinsel. And
yeah.
so it cracks really easily. So you actually have to add a polymer to it so it doesn't crack. And so it has lower tinsel.
Yeah, you have to add the other chemicals is a problem, and then there's no recycling company that'll touch it right now. Doesn't mean that it isn't possible. It's just this is where we need leaders to create and be those people who can afford to spend that type of money, because as you know, all this shit is hella expensive to try to arrive there at environmental proper packaging, etc. People I've watched try to do it from the outset and never reach their market with a product because they try to do everything right from the get-go, that literally the cost just sucks absolutely every bit of profit right out.
Well, we talked about that a little bit earlier too, and that's why I was saying, well, are you guys only trying to make podium products? Are you also, fueling the rest of the market? And they're like, no, of course we're going to fuel the rest of the market. It's easier in a sense to fuel those lower ends of the market by making the product just slightly different, just a little bit, because some of the products, like you say, are poison. They're so garbage. It shouldn't be that hard to make one that's a little bit better and obviously a little bit more expensive, but still hitting that part of the market that is the I don't care part of the market. And then Etienne brings a whole other, we're mostly talking about the recreational market, which, keep in mind, sells alcohol and tobacco, which kill millions of people annually. So then it becomes this sort of moot point of like, are we really arguing about the type of plastic case that goes around this vaporizer while 6 million people are dying from these recreational drugs? But then Etienne takes it to a different level, which is now the medical patient. I don't know if there's many vape companies, you guys could correct me if you're one of them, that is focused on the medical aspect. I've heard of nebulizers and other types of sort of inhalers that are used in the more medical aspect, but I don't know too much about medical vaporizers.
There is one. There's a medical one that is being made, and of course, it is plastic. Its inserts are plastic, but the cannabis, of course, is not. However, what I have seen, but that's that this is a major patented product, etc. It's a big plastic blob. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, unfortunately, the limitations of technology and then reproducing that technology at a medical effective level is a challenge, right?
Well, because the most important part is access. You can't make some stupid big blob and make it too expensive and not. You can buy carts almost anywhere. They are literally, our sales guy earlier said they may be surpassing pre-rolled joints in Colorado. So popular they are.
To jump in here real quick. So that big blob, it's called a Psyche vaporizer. It's an Israeli dry herb vaporizer. It's a medical device that could be administered in a hospital. That's the concept of it.
Oh.
And now we also have medical devices in CCEL, a number of them. We have to separate the idea of a medical device and medical use, because they're two different things. One is a regulatory issue and one is a consumer issue. So when we export to Europe, they may have a regulatory requirement for a quote unquote medical device, which is paperwork. The device is the same as the device you would buy in America, 1-to-1. It's just it went through the paperwork. And then you have the medical devices that are administered in a hospital, and they have to be done on a metered dose. So that means that you know exactly how much you're consuming. And we're getting there as well on recreational side, but who really cares? So all of this, and you will never come into a situation where a hospital will say, give this man 200 cc's of cannabis, stat, or he's going to die. It's never going to happen. So, I don't see the market for that. I want that medical standard in devices. That's what I want.
Well, maybe you'll have to maybe you'll have to design it. Maybe Etienne can help you.
Yeah.
Well, again, you said the economy, like how it's so expensive. It's economies of scale. Like they can't make it it's cheap enough, right? Even if someone wanted to make that device medical grade and have it, you know, be available in Europe and the US, they just can't make enough of them to make it
Oh, dude,
affordable for the
people
average
make
consumer.
things for hospitals knowing that they are going to charge the most outlandish price ever. If you could catch eyes on like a hospital order form for beds, for anything that goes to a hospital, it's literally worse than buying something for a boat. You know, like a
Why
barbecue
it's
is
so
like
expensive.
that's exactly why it's
Mhm,
so expensive. Hospitals
mhm.
charge an enormous
Oh
amount of.
my God.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
dude! Don't even get me
Mhm.
started. But it's true. So it's a good reply there, Stephen.
You
And
can get the Storks and Bickles volcano by insurance in the Netherlands and in Germany. So you know
Yep.
That's fucking
there's
awesome.
That's a medical
right. So
device. Yep.
right. So
Yeah,
it's a medical device, right?
that's
And
awesome.
then it's what you put in that medical device, but it's a consistent, workable medical device, right? Yes, there has plastic in it, it has metals, you know, and things like that. But at the same time, it's reusable. That's what was my point. Whereas with the carts, right, you're only up for the gram, half gram, or I've seen the 2 gram bammers too. Don't get me wrong, from Hitman or
Yeah.
wherever, I mean, you know, and others. But at the same time, it's only as good as what as much as what's in that cart, right?
Yeah. And before we get to carts, let's work on AIOs. So let's get rid of those out of the market. Get switch to something a little bit more sustainable on our batteries, so we're not throwing them away after one use, because that hurts my soul, you know. But that's what the market is demanding.
Mhm.
So, you
It's a
know, I
tough thing. It's
yeah.
one thing to have the idea of what should be done. It's another to decide whether you want to feed the market or not.
If you don't,
You know.
someone else will, and you're out of the market. So we need regulatory changes that prevent that from happening.
Well, you can also use the feeding of the market if you have that consciousness to say, okay, we want to come up with this better thing,
But
but we're going to have to sell all in ones to fund it.
but who's regulating it? And this is the thing of what you should consider is then if there are no regulators, then create the oversight organization that it should be, that you want it to be. That's what we did with the NCIA and others, and this is where kind of greatness gets hoisted upon you, and you have to kind of set the standards for everybody to come to the table, right? So do
Mm-hmm.
so. Create that organization so that others come and will believe. Otherwise, as you said, we're all then reliant on whatever everybody follows to do. But if you then set the standards, the government doesn't regulate emergency rooms. There's an organization that writes the standards for those emergency rooms to be followed that the government says you should follow. You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying? The government's not going to regulate it. There is no one else to come and save us, is what I'm saying. And if you know how to save us, then fucking you're the Superman. You have the cape, the S is on your chest. Then then rally you know, Gotham around you, is what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah.
But
And actually,
don't don't
Steven,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, going back to what you were saying, Marcus, earlier on like calling people out, right? Um, Steven and I were talking about this, about, you know, the silicone glue that's next to this. I pulled apart these devices. I'm like, this is bullshit. But I don't want to call the people out. And Steven and I were discussing this, like, how do we call them out? Um, and Steven brought up a good point. And like, you know, there are these organizations on the vape side of all these vape manufacturers. It's called Vape Safer. And they're saying, hey, we've started this committee, but then there's a little conflict of interest and a little bias, right? And a few of and so what me and Steven were talking about is like, how do we find a third party? They're not connected to us, and we say hire them somehow and say, hey, even check our devices. We don't care, but check everyone's. Give us honest feedback.
Hmm.
We're not a part of this. We're not paying. So that, yeah, that would be like the golden ticket, I think. What do
Yeah.
you, Steven, that's kind of what we were talking about, right?
Yeah, it needs some kind of third party oversight, and it doesn't have to be government. You know, like right now, I know I have a friend, Mr. Darwin Millard. He's working with the ASTM over here in America, and he's working really hard to right standards. I wish I was more involved in the organization, but it's kind of difficult to find time. But
Oh, no. But you
yeah,
can write the standards for what you do and what you see, and what you see needs to be clean. You see what I'm
for
saying? So
sure.
you can create the standards, and then what you do is then you get others to sign on to that standard. You call contact the other companies, etc.,
Mm.
and then you circulate it, and you have a call to Jesus moment, or what we would regular organizations, you would basically just bring in a stakeholders discussion and have
Mm.
everybody agree to these simple things. This shit's bad. This shit's good. This is cool. This isn't. Fuck this. We're cool with this. Everybody cool
Mhm.
with this? And everybody sign on. And then you go out and you push that and you show that, and then or rally around it. You create an organization around it. You write articles around it, white papers, and circulate it so that there are people who will hold your feet to the fire and hold the standards. Otherwise, there's nobody to hold you to the standards. There's nobody to
Yeah.
hold anyone to any standards if there are no
Well,
standards set
how
to
do you
hold.
do it at BPG, Etienne? Do you just not sell vape carts? You guys just don't sell carts there?
No, I sell vape carts, but at the same time, everything that comes through my store is tested. You
Like the
see what I'm
carts
saying?
themselves or just the oil?
The oils themselves, I can
But
only
how do
go
you
with the
know
delivery
if the
method
carts are safe? You're holding
because the
these
state
guys'
has
feet to the
decided that
fire,
is so.
but you're selling carts at your shop.
Yes, but the state has decided that these are legal selling standards that are available, and these are the standards that are there. So therefore, I conform to the standards that the state has set. They're not bringing, 5-gallon containers of oil. No, they're putting them in these carts, and that's what they have decided they are the delivery methods.
Right.
Right now, do I want to see do better? Yes. Do I get faulty fails all the time from people? Absolutely. Do I have a recourse, behind that? Yes, I can then exchange those carts for other carts from my distributor, manufacturer, etc.
Mm,
Right? So,
okay.
there is a pathway for this industrial methodology. However, I'm not satisfied with this industrial methodology, or am I satisfied with the system as a whole? It's why when there were holes in the batteries, I chose to educate my consumers about what that hole in that battery was doing, that you were therefore inhaling and off-gassing. And then I made the decision, Marcus, not to carry those batteries.
Well, I would think so.
Right, because
Mm.
now I was educated and knew better, right? But I know many people who didn't and choose not to and chose to still sell those things and do
Well,
that.
because you're a patients group and they're selling recreationally in a
And
market
that's
where alcohol
exactly
and
it, because
tobacco
we're
is
patients
sold.
setting a standard,
I
right? The
get it.
same way that
In a
these guys are
market,
setting a standard for what they want to see for. So
sure.
we
But do you
we
think the
set our
odd
standard.
person who buys low-end vape carts gives a fuck about white papers and standards, or do you think they're just buying out of convenience?
It's large percentage latter, it's small percentage the prior.
I think
There
so
are
too.
educated consumers who see that what their methodologies and accessibility are. There are people who choose to, use this over these, right? Why? It's there's same delivery methods, methodologies, but this one tends to break more because it's a technology that can necessarily fail, whereas this is pretty solid as long as I'm not throwing it against something hard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
then it
it's
breaks.
Well, I
right.
mean,
Even
in the
that break.
recreational space, you're talking to bud tenders, right?
Right.
They're selling out of their pockets. They got $20. They want a gram of oil. They're gonna get the cheapest cart for $20. I mean, I live in Oregon, right? The reality is 20, $30 gets you a cheap gram. They're not asking questions. They don't care about the solder and the heavy metals that are leaching off into the oil because it's been sitting in the tank for 6 months in some warehouse somewhere. That is our challenge, right? As from someone who's responsible for sales to educate our brands that produce the oil and do the filling and the extracting and the filling, then going on and educating the bud tender, right? And then they have to go to the consumer. It's the phone game. I mean, we all wish it was different and people could actually communicate and educate, but this is where we're at, right? It's why people buy cheap beer. They don't care how it's made. If it's the material, the input goes into it's GMOs or sprayed with glyphosate, right? They don't care. They just have $20 to spend. They want to they want a 6-pack or whatever, right? So it is a challenge for sure.
It seems to be the challenge for everything, or at least for, you know, the cannabis world in regards to almost every product, whether it's a gummy or a beverage or a pre-rolled joint or a vape pen or some bubble hash. It's always about these different levels of the product, and it's already so hard the higher quality you get. I mean, I had a cafe years ago that was a raw food, vegan, organic, and macrobiotic cafe. This was like 100% integrity and 0% profit. It was literally like you could not make profit doing this because I just had to pay so much out of pocket to keep the bar where it was being kept. And then I realized that the majority of the people that I was keeping the bar up there for, I'd see them somewhere else and they'd just be drinking a Coke and eating a donut and having a smoke. And I'd just be like, why am I going out of my way to try and produce this for people that don't fucking care about it? It's a dichotomous situation. That's why now what I do is I have my podium products where it's like full melt bubble, something beautiful and awesome that you can really be inspired. But I'm also happy to make, you know, traditional hashes. Actually, this puck I've got here, I've had it, man, this puck I've had for 6 months. I haven't opened this thing in 6 months, and I'm going to show it to you guys right now. Wow. How's that for a little
glassy puck?
A little puck traditional. Yeah. Little glossy puck. Now, the full melt bubble heads would say this is swag. They'd be like, this is garbage. There's no, it's like, but honestly, it really isn't. It's just about.
I'll put that garbage in my pipe any day.
Yeah, it's probably 35% THC. This was maybe a little more, maybe like 36, 37, but
how old is that puck?
I made it in at the start of September.
And you're gonna age it?
I've been aging it for 6.5 months so far. So I kind of think I'm going to get it to a year. I'll roll it into a nice ball, and then I'll cut the ball in half at like 1 year. And then I'll cut, you know, I'll leave the rest for like maybe another year. There's something to be said for hash that cures. You know, it's very different from oil in the vape pen. It's very different from live hash rosin in the jar. It's very different from flour in the bag. If you got a traditional style hash and you press it up and you create that skin, it is very protective of the hash. It really allows it to cure and age. And so, yeah, you know, maybe I'll cure it for a year and then bring it out to a Legends party or something. I think that would be kind of a fun thing to pull out some traditional hash and a traditional smoking device like the Hubbly Bubbly, and you know, get everyone ripped on traditional trad terps. We call them trad terps. So what's the go in Colorado today, Daniel? Are you even in Colorado?
I am in Colorado. Yeah, I'm gonna get into the lab here, pressing some more for the carts. We got this mind melt we're working on right now.
Jesus Christ, what is that?
That is the Mind Melt 73 to 159. That's going to hit the jars for Bubbleman Brand starting next week.
Oh, that's the shit you ran through the CRC?
Yeah, that's the CRC silica. Yeah, no,
dude, what the fuck?
Runs 1 and 2 on a 73 to 159 pull. Yeah, really excited for this material. We got a lot of it coming through. So this is just the first cultivar that we're running, and it's coming out great. It smells like a bouquet of honeysuckle. So I haven't really smelled that in a long time. And the high on it's really nice and relaxing. And it's going to make a great cart. So yeah, I'm excited for that.
Dude, that's so cool. That reminded me of like, how cool would it be to like brand your vape pens to the, like, imagine a little like honeysuckle next to the bee. It's like, well, these it would make filling a lot more of a pain in the ass, but
yeah,
dude, that hash is so white.
What
the fuck? That came out of the greenhouse?
Yeah.
Like those are plants we saw growing.
Those plants we saw, yeah, just the other week that was standing.
Wow.
And yeah, I did
those
a great job.
Those were mature plants.
Yeah, yeah.
Like they were in no way immature plants.
No, full term.
Like if anything, they were a little like past.
Yeah, no, I mean, it took a long time to harvest, with the crew that we had, but it definitely came down looking absolutely fire. I'm really excited to get to the other cultivars.
Dan took me down to this greenhouse when I was there last and introduced me to this guy, Aaron, who is a real interesting character. We'll have to have him on Hash Church one time. Just a real one of these interesting grower characters that's just been like fixing and jerry rigging everything like since he's been going. Like he just keeps it going. He's super inspirational dude, and he grows like really good resin in a situation that's not always ideal.
Exactly. Yeah, he's a really great guy. He grows really great outdoor too. I'm excited to see this outdoor material that comes through. And yeah, we've worked together for some years now.
I'm gonna quickly take this hoodie off and give a shout out to the other dude that we met right down the street. One sec.
Absolutely.
This was all right. This is the No Regrets
I love that.
No regrets, bro. Dude, so check out the coincidence on how I met this guy. He says to me, oh, I hear you're coming to Colorado. If you're anywhere near where I am, I don't even know Colorado, dude. I know Denver. Now I know Boulder a little bit, and I know Evergreen. That's it. I don't know anything else. So I'm visiting Dan's garden, and I'm about to leave, or not Dan's, but Aaron's. We're with each other at Aaron's garden, and we're about to leave. We've done the whole tour. It's been great. We're about to leave. And I'm like, oh, let's check out to see, if this guy is close by. So we can stop, we got like an hour ride. Maybe we see him on the way. Dude, he was like 1.5 doors down from Aaron's house. Like he lived, like we walked there in 2 minutes. It was a 2-minute walk. No regrets. Shout out to you, homie. What an awesome group of people. You got to reach out to them again and see how they're doing.
I've been talking to them. They got some genetics from Free World Genetics. Shout out to Sam. Ran a lot of his gear over the years. Our lemon head is from him, and they're running some of his gear this year, and I've had great success with it over the years as well.
Awesome. Yeah, what a cool area, man. The whole area, all of Colorado, everywhere I went just seems to be full of cool people growing and selling weed. And if they're not, they're growing and selling mushrooms, actually. So that's that was the other. I just couldn't believe how many people. You guys going to be designing the DMT pen? Is that part of your work, Steven?
No comment.
No comment. Dude, he's like, dude, we just got China on board for the cannabis pens. Like, please.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's actually kind of a passion of mine, a sidebar.
DMT pens are?
Well, any kind of alkaloid vaporization, let's put it that way.
Awesome.
So, yeah, I've been working on no heat vaporization technology when I was at C-Cell, and that's some really cool stuff. Using sound for vaporization, all sorts of technology. So I could see in the near future, we're going to see some shifts in the way devices are working. I've already seen it on the nicotine side on a couple devices. Recently, I saw a Lost Mary all-in-one with a dual vaporization mode. One is ultrasonic and one is traditional. Traditional for the nicotine, ultrasonic for the flavor. Kind of a waste and not that safe, but we can make that safe. We can make that kind of technology really cool and functional on the cannabis side. And on the alkaloid side too, because you're not using heat. So now you open up the doors for anything, not just weed.
Yeah.
It's a huge passion of mine as well. And I think that Steven and I spent hours talking about different alkaloids we can vaporize. And yeah, we really bonded over that. And I was like, man, you got to join our team.
That's awesome.
We're gonna do cool shit together. Yeah. So
that is awesome. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is how you move things forward with conversations and concepts and ideas and with dreams. My wife was saying something to me the other day. She's like, "Oh, I just had an unrealistic dream." I'm like, "Nonsense! You can't have an unrealistic dream. Your dreams should be unrealistic. They should be about as unrealistic as they possibly could be, because that is the only way to enter or access the impossible. is by believing that it is possible. And I didn't really understand that until I went to India. And when I went to India, I saw it. I saw fakirs like doing impossible shit. I just saw really wild, crazy shit that made no sense physically that it could be possible. And yet there it was happening right in front of my eyes. I like the idea of, not the concept of nicotine and flavorant, but when I first got my Indux Lab vaporizer from, was that Kylie? Riley? Kylie. I think it's Kylie from Indux Labs. Are you guys familiar with the Indux Labs? It's the big, crazy, like, briefcase vaporizer. It's this big round thing. It's like, you guys should definitely that is the place to start having conversations about, because it's induction, right? So it's like, but it's really good induction. What I find about induction is it's so powerful that it starts at like 1,000 on most units, and you want the real access is between 1 and 100. And I'm using the numbers as a metaphor in the sense that the heat can happen so fast and so violently with induction heat that's easy. The harder part is what Kylie did, which is tuning it in to flavor profiles where you could literally vape the monos and then vape the sesquas, like literally vape things based on like their molecular weight in this fucking vaporizer. When I first saw it, it was just, the classic glass jar with the little metal piece that goes into the center, and it's got the coil that's going to create the magnetics. And I thought, oh my goodness, could you imagine a day where we have all of the components of cannabis isolated into their own jars in a machine like this, that you then dial the cultivar's name that you want, which into the algorithm would show exactly every component in every ratio that was needed, and then vaporize it like all at once, like the ultimate medical cannabis tool. I was probably tripping when I thought about it, but I just thought it seemed like such an incredible, like, to be able to dial in flavor profiles. Obviously impossible. You're not going to have like 1,400 different thiols and 180 different terpenes and whatnot. But the concept of it, I thought was cool. And I like the idea of deconstructing and reconstructing. I always thought that was cool. Even in cannabis, right away, people would be like, it began the whole fucking full spectrum argument of like, people don't even know what that is, just more fucking bullshit coming out of their mouths. But the value that I always explained to them was, look, okay, I'm not trying to take away your full spectrum, but what I am saying is there's value in being able to deconstruct and reconstruct. And a perfect example I always gave was this young girl who lived in Vancouver named Haley, who the CBD cultivar Haley's Comet was created for her. And it was great, and it stopped her epileptic seizures. But after a couple of years, she'd get different batches, and they'd just be slightly different. And all it really took was a slight difference to occur, and then it didn't work anymore. And so for people like that, if you could find the right ratio of everything that worked and then created it just for them, I mean, it's expensive. It would be, different from the way other people access. But I always thought that's one of the values. I also think the value is taking things apart and putting them back together is always of a value, whether it's a mechanical engine or whether it's your psyche or whether it's whatever it is, right? Like, that's why we take psychedelics, take ourselves apart, build ourselves back up. Why can't we do it with the plant that we love as well? It's funny how easy it is to take offense as a cannabis user when someone does something that you don't like with cannabis. I used to be the biggest like anti-BHO guy, when really now I would fight for anyone's right to use access BHO. Why not? Why don't we just let everyone access everything and see what sticks to the wall and what continues down the road? I think it's time for me to have a dab.
Well, Marcus, what you're describing is a pharmaceutical. The deconstruction and reconstruction is turning cannabis into a pharmaceutical good. And that could pass through regulatory processes and then be sold as actual medicine that is prescribed. Or you can take the natural plant as is, which is considered gross, generally regarded as safe, and sell that as is. Or you could take the mechanical extract of that plant without chemical adding to it and sell that as is. But the resin will be a problem down the road because you're doing a chemical extraction and you don't know what's in it. So I see the future of medicine when we treat cannabis as a pharmaceutical will be either rosins or the deconstructed media that you're describing.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes. I mean, they don't generally go to places we like. It usually they end up coming out with stuff that's like subpar and not what we like, but that
Yeah.
is the route that that group sort of takes. And it's why I think so many medical patients end up going to recreational stores to access cannabis, because they see what the pharma companies have done with cannabis as a medicine. They've made it way less accessible. And fuck, for God's sakes, I think you guys were selling hemp products in gas stations for quite a while down there. I'm sure people were accessing that shit too, which is insane because it's like a cesspool of toxic, poisonous shit that you like. Sure, maybe you know one brand that's doing it right, but imagine not knowing and walking in and just looking at the wall of whatever's hanging there. It's yeah, we didn't do hemp that way. We did hemp as a grain. Nobody in Canada does hemp as CBD. It just
Yeah.
wasn't a thing here. You guys figured that out fast. And then
Well, you
somehow got
created
that politician guy to like sign the ultimate fucking like farm bill. Like, holy shit. I wish I knew the true story behind that, because that was insane. Holy
It was
shit.
insane. And it
Still
poisoned
is
our
insane.
market.
Yeah.
Well, that's about to be modified again because it's modified every 5 years, and it will be written out for sure. But
Us
at the
already.
same time, yeah, it left a loophole that we're still struggling with the fallout from behind. Needless to say,
Right. It was
I
insane.
mean, California won't touch any of those products, and then the current governor, has punted on dealing with that stuff until 2028 when he's no longer in office. So, yeah. So leadership, sometimes it's needed.
Colorado did a nice job dealing with the conversion leaders, and I feel like, out of all the riffraff that I've seen kind of happen, they're a good example of what to do. I think that's
Yeah.
the reality of it.
You got a
For
great
those out
governor
there that
too
don't
there.
know, I don't really support converted leaders at all. I think that that's a construct of prohibition and something that we're playing mental gymnastics to create business around. And really what we should be focusing on is taking all that energy into policy. And we might have a shot at this. But I understand those that are super deep in it, you're drinking a lot of Kool-Aid to be like, yeah, we're going to save this. We got to save this. I don't know. I think you're still doing mental gymnastics, and you got to be honest with yourself, because it's not helpful to the state system that we all fought for and created all those years ago. We're backdooring ourselves in a lot of respect. So
100%.
Backdooring ourselves. What do you mean by that, Colin?
Hey, what a person chooses to do with his own back door is between him and his own back door.
Listen,
Read.
Don't be a knob.
Next on Ass Church.
I will dab to a better path with drug cultivars only.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Colorado started cracking down on those converted liters, the price was at like $1.50 a gram, and then it jumped quickly up to $3 a gram once all that converted liters went away. And then in New Mexico, I'm still seeing it down there, and the prices are really depressed on that. But yeah, those converted liters start flooding markets.
Yeah, well, that's what regulatory framework is actually for. It's not to over-regulate a bunch of bullshit and make things impossible for packaging that you can't even open if you're a grown man and all this other bullshit and taxes. It's actually for that, to keep the market from being destroyed, right? It's a regulatory framework. All your job is in regulatory is make sure it's safe and make sure that no one can just come in and destroy the market. We saw it in Missouri when Oklahoma went legal. They started sending hundreds of liters of distillate over the border into Missouri. And at one point, some Missouri politicians got a whiff of it, and they closed the entire thing down. Like over 65,000 products were recalled pulled off the shelf. And for like a year, they went through court and tried to find these people that were putting these beverages into the gummies or this distillate into the beverages and gummies and all the products. Because Missouri was a state that you could go to like a restaurant and then just order like 100 milligram like powdered, like they just like, oh, you want a dose on your drink? Shoot, right at like the fucking restaurant, dude.
Yeah. No, and listen, all these things are awesome. We all want this access, right? Let's not paint it like we don't want access, but I think perhaps we need to understand there's a right way and a wrong way. And I think that when you talk to Dr. Mark and others that are really deep in the chemistry side of it, and you ask them the question point blank, is this safe? And he says, I don't know. There's a real issue with that, and I think that's really the baseline for the argument here is really safe patient access and making sure that policy understands that, because I think it's very confusing out there right now. Because you can go to the gas station, buy a gummy that seemingly says THC, and then go to the dispensary, and those two different things may appear to be the same, but fundamentally they're not. So that's one thing I always wonder. But anyway, back to the real heart of the question is like, you know, the hemp side of things, we're destroying CBD in this other way that there's other people out there that need this everyday access, and the Farm Bill now in November, I think, will be fundamentally changed forever, and that access will be, no more, based on us wanting to convert leaders into whatever we can possibly think of to get around, again, policy.
And
Yeah.
not all conversions are created equal either. So I have
totally right.
purchased myself really high quality CBN at 99.99% purity, which I would consume myself, and I would buy that again, but that will be out of access now. And at the same time, THCP, which is a full agonist and very dangerous and could cause people mental illness or permanent damage, that will be illegal too. Thank God. So double-edged sword there. So I wish we
you're
had a little bit
calling it
more
right.
reasonable.
Yeah, no, it's tough. It's a tough conversation because but I love these conversations because it's like it's important for minds like ourselves and every other listeners out there to start thinking about these things, because it's really the truth. Like, it's a disguise in terms of how patient access is really granted. And I think ATN, honestly, out of anyone on this call or on this show today, I think, you see a lot of this, because of the work that you do globally. You see, how the lack of patient access can be disruptive. And, in this case, the access has actually been disruptive and changed the path to access. So
we're dealing with we're dealing with people who are being executed for doing what they do. Our Rastafarian brothers and sisters down in the Caribbean, just to produce their own medicine. They get shot and killed. And so access is a major part, and this is where we bring people like that to the UN so that world leaders can hear and understand. Because the UN understands culture, and cannabis culture is its own culture, period, end of story. That's the reality that we deal with, and the UN wants to hear about our culture, so that's what we're trying to do, is educate them. That's why we did our thing on Wade, is to educate them on CBD, because most people don't really understand or see what the medical access or what the benefits actually do. And when they do, what did it do? It brought them to tears, because they saw that it actually does help. It's not a cure-all, okay? He stated that as well. But at the same time, it is a medicine that helps, and it is medicine that there is legal access around the world since December of 2020. However, it doesn't mean the world is allowing that access, and you and I should be able to travel freely with our medicine without fear of repercussions. So that's also what we're working on as well at the UN, is your ability to travel freely across borders with your medicine, because it is legal to do so, but you can still be prosecuted for it. So and what we see, Colin, is, we see here in America, right? We saw cannabis refugees immediately. in America once those laws changed. You saw Colorado, people came to Colorado because they were being prosecuted in their states. You saw the same thing in California. I saw a friend of mine who was arrested, put in jail for life in fucking Oklahoma. I held his daughter as he was sentenced to fucking 90 plus years in fucking jail.
Was that Will?
Huh?
Was
Will
that Will?
Foster.
Yeah.
Yeah. And him to get let out, and now he's back in Oklahoma growing his cannabis. So change can happen. I've seen it in my own lifetime. I mean, it was brutal to see all that shit go down, but it took those types of situations and people saying, no, enough is enough. This is bullshit. This shouldn't happen. And laws changed. And he was here in California. I was working with Will on, some grows and stuff here in California when he was, got his ability to go back to, Oklahoma and do so. So, that's the reality of access that we just see here in the United States in the last, 20 years. You know, that's the type of, so what's going to happen in the next 20 years? Will we finally get the rest of the states to get through? Right? We've got rescheduling happening because of legal marijuana in the rest of the world, and because the United States doesn't necessarily want to admit to it, so they're going to go down the rescheduling path because now it has medicinal value, right? Because we outlasted that lie and misinformation by
That's a
having
big one.
science. Yeah, that's a big one. By
That's a
having
big crack in the
science come
wall.
out and say, yeah, FDA come out and say, yeah, sorry, it does. I know we've been saying so all along. So that's why we fight, people. This is why we're out here doing change. This is why we're trying to change minds and educating, because the paradigm shifts. These are all due to different shifts. This is all didn't all happen at once. We didn't lose all our freedoms at once. We're not going to gain them all back at once. This is incremental clawbacks, right? And that's just what we have seen in the sense of laws. What you have in Canada is what we wish for we could have here in the United States. What Colorado has, Kansas doesn't have. We're right next to each other. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of unfinished business. And I got a lot of accolades this past week for the work that we did at the UN. And I kind of got a post, and I'm gonna read it to you all. Look, I truly appreciate all the kind words and support. I do. It means more than you know. But if I'm being honest, we don't need more praise right now. If anything, we've done is inspired you. That's great. But inspiration should lead to action. Join an organization, support a cause, make a call, show up, donate, speak out, do something, anything now. Because while we're being congratulated, people are still sitting in jail. Lives are still being impacted. The work is far from done. So let's shift the energy. Less, less applause, more action. Your voice matters. Your time matters. Your dollar matters. No more pats on the back, only forward movement.
Nice. Yeah, I read that on Facebook.
There's still so much that needs to be done, and we appreciate the kind words. It keeps us going. It's nicely motivated, but get the fuck off your ass and do something about this shit you're upset about. You don't like the change that's happening, go change it. These gentlemen here that you're watching, what do? They didn't like the status quo of what was happening with their cannabis, so they did something about it. They're constantly doing something about it. Marcus, you didn't be like, make the bubble bags, fuck it. Nah, you constantly improve. You made yourself better. You make yourself better as a person. You raised a family. On top of that, you raised a culture that has embraced what you do. And what are we doing? We're sitting here fucking for 4 hours a day on a Sunday, talking about this stuff because why? You stood up, you said, hey, this fucking matters. And a bunch of us said, you know what? This does fucking matter. And this talking discussions we should be having because we're not having enough of them. And I thank you, Danny. I thank you, Daniel. I thank you, Mark. I thank you, Steven. I thank you for challenging yourselves to step outside your comfort zones and doing something about it as opposed to just sitting on your ass and complaining about it and wishing something else was going to happen. Colin's done it, gone out and done something about it, and he's still doing something about it. Same way I am, right? And that's all we're trying to do is to inspire you who are watching to not just sit here and watch what we're doing. Go out and create something from these ideas. you know, let's us be the spark. Go do it though. You have to take the action. We can only be the inspiration to a certain resolve. I do the work that I do, but there's a lot more work that has to be done to accomplish the work that everybody wants to see. So fuck you, do something about it. Thank you.
I like it. It's a good message. I read it on Facebook. I was like, that's a boy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just fucking give
Awesome,
yeah.
brother. Awesome. I
Yeah.
want to
give him a
connect
little
with you after
pistol
this call.
whipping.
That's fucking inspiring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Love
just
it.
do
Thank
something.
you.
Damn it. Bunch of doers. I know what Dan's doing. Driving all the time.
Right. Yeah. Bringing
This
the
guy-
medicine all
How
around.
much do you think you drive a week?
Oh man, I don't know. Probably, yeah, I really don't know. 500 miles easy. Yeah, probably more. Yeah.
Dude, I'm with you,
But
Dan.
yeah,
I'm with you, dog.
yeah. The big
That's
state, and then New
awesome.
Mexico is huge too. You know, we're getting out to Massachusetts, where it's going to be a lot smaller and closer to get to market. But there's a market right now that there's an opposition, you know, out there trying to trying to reverse the recreational laws. I don't think it'll pass, but there's definitely still
It
a lot of
won't.
opposition out there. Yeah, it won't. But
I've
I
seen
appreciate
NASA's
cannabis
huge,
prohibition
though.
grow. Cannabis prohibition's growing again. I see posts all the time. Studies, the biggest study of our time, over 100 million people. And it's just like, obviously you can go into the comments and just see it get taken apart. But there's a lot of people posting new like shit about cannabis that is absolute and utter complete baloney and just fully believing it. Like, see, look at this. I told you it gives you brain damage. It changes your personality. It's you can't have kids anymore. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, partly funded by a big alcohol.
Yeah, well, they're tripping out, dude. They are tripping
They're
out.
watching watching their money just go down with the younger generations not drinking as much and smoking more. So yeah, and that trend's continuing.
Yeah. Well, the bottling plants will disappear and the vape cart pen plants will pop up in their place. People
Or
want
they
to
just clean their lines and add THC from that's been grown in the field and with the right plants and not converted, you know, because that's really what I see is there's a big, um, you know, there's a real push right now on older demos and even younger, like they like to drink THC drinks. Like that's awesome. It wasn't a thing when I was growing up, but it's because it didn't really exist, you know?
Yeah.
So I wonder, you know what I mean? Like, you know, as consumption changes, as you know, generations want different ways to access it. You know, I wonder what the real choice is going to be. Is it going to be inhalation? I really don't.
Will there be
I don't
kids
know.
one day going, oh yeah, I heard they used to smoke joints in the 1900s.
Yeah, the
Oh my
19,
God.
you know, 2000s.
Barbarians.
Smoking
They would
joints.
take tree pulp and wrap it around herb and burn it.
We might become those. Yeah. I mean, it's true.
Well, where do
Think
you guys
about how
think it's
far-
going? Where is it going? Like, you know, like obviously trying to make things better and do things differently and bring products to market. Where is like how did this even happen? It was just like it was the tobacco industry that was mucking around with these pens and they sort of leaked into the cannabis industry. Isn't that really kind
I
of
don't
like
even think it was big nicotine yet when the first
Right.
vape carts hit, right? Because
Yeah.
What was it? Blue was one of the first e-cigs, right? It was that one stick, and that had to be 13, 14. And at that same time, I think there was all these small vape. The nicotine vape industry was huge privately. There was so many players, right? And Steven, you know probably more on this, on the history of that.
I mean, Joytech, I think, invented the 510 back in the day with those Clearomizers, a fiberglass wick wrapped in a nichrome coil, delicious, you know. And we were all inhaling those. And,
Dude,
and
listen,
then,
I was smoking out of a Coke can in high school, and I'm telling you, if anyone came up to me and said, have you seen the white paper on what it does to your lungs smoking? We would have been like, dude, we're beating you up. I don't even know. We have to beat you up. We just smoked the Coke can. We threw it down on the ground. We went into class. We were baked.
I mean,
Yeah, the red one got you higher. If you had like an actual physical, right?
did.
You get it on the red part
Just
and
had to
poke the
really smoke a
holes,
lot of the
and then you
paint.
get way more high.
They get
Yeah.
Yeah.
destroyed.
I mean,
Your
But
safety buddies are
go
got
ahead,
I
Steven.
think it,
apples or
I think it was like the mod scene with e-cigs when people were doing those big mods and they would wrap their coils with cotton in them and they would throw a dab on top. And that was really the beginning of all this. And people realized that cotton got gunked up real fast and they wanted ceramic for it. So, like then they started inventing different ceramic wicks or quartz wicks and all this different shit. And C-Cell was the first company to package it in a really small um form factor where it worked really well with the ceramic core in the middle, a coil inside of that, and a pipe up the middle. Like they invented that concept. And that's where we're at. That's why they boomed to be the number one company really fast and had 50% of their budget into R&D and have been working ever since, innovating on this kind of stuff. And there's a lot of followers, but ultimately it kind of went on its own since I would say 2016 is the beginning of it. So
2016, eh?
yeah.
That's crazy.
remember the
2014.
wick carts, and people
The
had like
tracks.
adding so much PGVG to it, like half of it.
Dude, it was
Like,
crazy. Yeah.
dude,
Yep.
yeah, just there it goes, it's moving.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot
I'll
of
never
products like
forget that.
viscosity changers. Some people were selling like mineral oil that they were mixing in with that stuff. And then eventually we end up with E-Valley, vitamin E acetate, and
The popcorn was
thousands of
horrible.
people sick. And after that, they said, you know what? I'm too scared about all these additives. I don't want that shit. And the market pushed it out. And now
Kind of
no
beyond
one.
sick though. That
Well, it
vitamin
was
E
also COVID.
acetate.
That coincided with COVID because we were really worried about that Ebola really destroying the vape market potentially. And
Yeah.
if COVID hadn't happened, I'm not sure that would not have happened. You know what I'm saying? Because it was a major thing. It got a major media, and COVID stole all that. And it's really been dead since then. Just interestingly, just pointing
Uh,
that out.
I'm sure a lot of people here were in the industry, including myself, and I was manufacturing cars at the time, and my business was devastated, by this whole thing. So I was very invested in figuring out what's going on, and so I can market the solution, and tell my customers what's going on. And I suspect it was one operator with one bad batch. And when you look at the size, the affected lot, it's about like 2,500, 3,000 people. That's like a 5 liter batch, maybe a 3 liter batch, something like that. And he put vitamin E acetate, which is a gross, generally regarded as safe, additive that's found in just about everything. Your shampoo, your toothpaste, your food, like your burger you ate has vitamin E acetate in it. And he put it in thinking with good intent that it's a preservative. And you don't need that because cannabis is a preservative naturally. The guy was an idiot. It happens. And an idiot with good intentions released a product that hurt a lot of people. And that's my theory as to what happened with that.
Was that Mr. Extractor?
I don't know who did it, but and I couldn't even begin to guess.
Right.
I've heard whispers of some big company in LA, but who knows?
That's where he was out of, I thought. He had like the
Yeah,
lab,
I don't know.
Mr. Extractor.
Yeah.
I think
all
at the
that.
time, I can looking back for what I was just releasing oil, so I was just buying things, but I only released our solventless in Pax Labs pods at the time, and that I think was the reason why we could continue operating, and because we could at least hang our hat on that.
Yeah.
Why was that? Because of the pod delivery methodology?
The efficacy
Viscosity?
behind it, just the efficacy, just call it that at the time. They were, they set at the time, they were the only people that I believe, and Mark, keep me honest here, that were really sourcing their own components and working with the factory and had their own teams and really had a thorough you know, cross section of what they were putting into the general public, you know, and you know, if I'm leaving anything here, Mark, please fill in. But
No, no, you're right on. We were talking to our partners about what they're putting in their pods, and not everybody liked that. That's for sure. But we were trying to do the right thing with making sure there was no additives,
There were
in
visceral
particular vitamin
reactions
E.
from people if you asked them
Yeah.
what was in their pods.
Hmm. Who,
yeah,
me? No, of course not. And let's see a COA. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's the one thing, you know, that's how I got through it. But I think if I was, you know, attached to 510s or all-in-ones at the time, I think we would have probably had to shut it down. You know, I don't see at the time it was so intense. Um, so and then we of course we went right into COVID. It was like,
Yep.
you know, and then somehow we all kept on operating through COVID. That was bizarre. It was like showing up into the lab with a mask on because we all had to wear, you know, it was crazy.
And then
Essential
change it and put
services.
your other mask on when you got in the lab.
How quickly they
I
deemed
rolled in
us
with
from
my
criminal
bubble
to
suit on.
essential.
I made
Hey,
hundreds of kilos during COVID.
Mhm.
I
Hundreds.
got.
Yeah.
I'm one of the reasons you became essential is because we helped get California get essential status for medical cannabis dispensaries because if they were going to open pharmacies, we demanded the same. And then what happened out of the Bay spread to the rest of California, we spread to the rest of the country. So, yeah, was proud of that fucking little fact during that fucking little chaos fucking shenanigans.
Well,
Oof.
in Canada, it's a federal. It's you're federally allowed to grow it as a medicine, so they couldn't deny that it was a medicine. The only weird thing was they also made alcohol sales essential. And the reason they did that was because they said the alcoholics would fill up all the hospital beds that apparently the COVID patients were going to fill up. But that never happened. We just ended up, we built this whole extra like 500 bed hospital area that no one ever ended up going in like 2.5 years. So just another weird fraud and mass money just getting moved from one place to another. But I also worked in the lab, Colin, every day of COVID. That's when I had Embark going, and I was just in the lab making hash, and it was we had to wear that fucking mask for 8 hours a day. So when I went home, I was not wearing a mask. But when I pulled up to a red light and saw a person in their car by themselves with a mask on, I would just kind of shake my head and go, this is why the world can't get along, because we are all just so different. We're so different. And although I don't have a problem with him wearing his mask on in his car, I can promise you he had a problem with me not wearing one in mine.
Well, I can tell you, I definitely flew. I was flying to California at at maybe the, you know, last couple of years of COVID where it was pretty empty. Like the planes were empty. I'd fly in and we were setting up our lab in Van Nuys at the time, and we were because we were doing the pack stuff, and yeah, it's pretty interesting, man, that we were so essential. You know, when yeah, who could have thought? You know, like
It's
so
wild,
awesome.
dude.
You
It's
know,
wild.
We were like the pressure relief valve to society at the time. That's what I was thinking when we were
Dude,
just
people
pumping
were
out
buying
good
weed,
medicine.
dude.
it was
Oh, it
awesome.
was we had lines
Sales
out the
were
I
door.
loved it.
We had to sell weed at our
We
dispensary
were popular.
out of a little window, and it was just nonstop. People as soon as those checks would hit, it would be boom. You know,
I saw
lines
your
at the
COVID
door.
window.
Yeah, he did.
You were
We
like,
had
bro,
to.
you don't even know how much product I sold through that window.
It was great.
Facts, y'all. Facts.
That's awesome. Yeah, Daniel has a
Solidifies the
dispensary
POS, you know,
down
the
in
point of sale.
Colorado called 111. That's his brand down there. So we went and visited
Definitely.
his shop. I got an all-in-one vape cart from him from the CannaBrand Solutions team. Bubbleman branded one. Super stoked. Puffed that thing the whole rest of my
Absolutely.
trip. I found it to be the best driving across Colorado. I just didn't want to deal with loading bowls and cleaning bowls and like all of that. I just, because I'm with Ted too, and once you start that, like you could be cleaning bowls for Ted for like get out of hand,
Oh,
dude.
man.
I'd be like, I just need another bucket of Q-tips, Ted. Pull over for a second. So yeah, we were just hitting the pens.
They're so versatile, and you know, my wife, you know, as you know, busy mom, it's just so much easier for her to, you know, be able to use a pen than it is to go use anything else. And I feel like that versatility, you know, makes it broader of a market than just dabs. And so I'm excited for the rollout here in Colorado.
Yeah, 100%. That is
What-
definitely another. Go ahead.
What's your guys' favorite voltage setting on that? I know Marcus,
I
I
like
think you were saying low, right?
Yeah, I like the 2.6. I normally preheat, before I get going on it. If it's like been in my pocket, I'll pull it out, hit the preheat and hit it at 2.6.
Yeah,
Sweet.
I was liking the 2.6 as well. I was in Denver and it was 70 degrees the entire time, so I didn't have to use the preheat button. But that is a good option to be able to heat that resin up and make sure that you're, getting a nice homogenized liquid there before you just take your rip. But I just
Especially if it's coming out of your pocket and it's like sitting upside down, it's good to just press that preheat before getting into it.
For sure.
Have you hit yours at all the temperatures, Dan? Have you hit it at the warmer
Yeah.
temperatures?
Yes, sometimes if I get like maybe towards the end, I'll bump it up a little bit, but I've been at 2.6 pretty consistently. I like, tasting those terps as much as possible. And I think the hardware is amazing. It's the best one I've tried out of any all-in-one. And we're excited to use it in all the states that we are rolling out.
That's
Nice.
the
Yeah.
witty,
Oh, yeah.
the WITTI, waste it to taste it.
I was gonna say for you guys next round, because 2.6 is a lowest setting. Maybe that's the middle setting, right? And we have an
Yeah.
even lower one. Because you guys
That would be
both like
great.
that. And I know what we like is different from what the customers like, but if we could get some of that data and just keep refining that product, right? For us, that's what it's all about. That's the fun part.
I love that.
And
What are you
for us,
thinking, like
smoking it
2.4?
is what it's all about. So we're also, right, Dan? We're willing to create that data.
We can help out with R&D. Yeah,
Cool.
absolutely.
Perfect. Yeah.
Bioassays all day long.
Oh, snap. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's time for another dab. We got another 27 minutes. That was a 3.5-hour show so far. Very good to talk with the CannaBrand team. I'm excited to actually come see you guys. How many of you guys are down in Washington? Are you all there? Or?
We got about half our team here. Steven is actually moving here. He's going to be here next month.
So you're going to go to a no moisture state to a full moisture state? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
My
hair is going to hate me.
Dude, but you can leave your creams behind because your skin will be well moisturized out here without any extra. I can't believe how dry it is in dry states. Holy shit.
I'm actually not the biggest fan of living in Arizona. I like the Pacific Northwest a lot more. So for me, it was an easy sell.
Yeah, no shit. Dude, like no brainer. How about just foraging mushrooms? You're looking for alkaloids that you can vaporize? There's a whole forest full of them behind my house.
Psilocybin cyanescence, baby. Some wavy caps.
Psilocybin cyanescence. Oh, yeah. How about this one?
I lived in Southern Oregon for about 6 years with my farm and lab and loved it out there. I mean, it's absolutely stunning. And being out in the hills is great. So I do miss it.
I pulled this.
Yeah, the growing condition out there in Southern Oregon is amazing. Were you in Southern Oregon?
I was in the Applegate Valley.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that, Marcus.
Here's some
Whoa, what
alkaloids.
is that?
This is a giant reishi mushroom conch that was growing in the forest behind my house.
That
And
looks
this you need alcohol and water to do the different extractions because it has different types of alkaloids that are present. The Chinese call this the immortality mushroom.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Well,
It was
boys,
crazy
I
to
gotta
just
jump.
see it. You taking off, Colin?
Yeah, man, I gotta go. It was lovely to hang with all you guys. Mark, good to see you again, brother.
You too, man.
As always, thanks everybody out there. Etienne, Danny, nice to meet you. Daniel, as always,
Nice
brother.
to meet you.
Take care, Stephen. Peace, man.
Pleasure, Colin.
Colin, I'll hit you up on your cell.
Yeah, definitely. We gotta wrap. There's so much.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
right
Dan,
on, we
you
will.
should link up with Colin when you're out in Massachusetts next.
You should.
Absolutely,
I've been already
yeah.
operational here. So like I was
Okay.
really early. I had a license. I got out of that license. That's when I actually joined Pax Labs right after that. And yeah, it's a big state, man. So let's just talk. There's just so much
Yeah,
I
let's
could help
link
you
up.
with for sure. Yeah.
Dude, you
Absolutely.
might
I'll
have
be
even
out there in a couple of weeks.
You
Go
might
ahead.
have been with me, Dan. Were you at that party in Vegas when we were in that giant room that had the wraparound deck. Were you with me there? Because that was the old group that Colin worked with in Mass.
I started that whole project with I was one of the founders. So,
Nice. Yeah, I'll be out there in a couple weeks. Are you out there now?
Yeah, sitting there right now.
What part of the state?
North Shore.
North Shore. Okay, I'll be out in the western side, but I'll definitely hit you up when I'm out there.
Yeah, so you'll see how big the state is. That's like a world away.
It's small. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's small compared to Colorado. It's like 2.5 hours right across the whole trek.
4.
Maybe 3.
Dude, this guy drives all day, every day. He's just like, I'm driving up north, I'm driving down south, I'm going to New Mexico, I'm coming back up, I gotta go back down, then I'm coming back up. It's like, holy shit.
Yeah.
I've never had a Zoom call with him where he wasn't in a car driving.
That's awesome.
I believe he's not driving right now.
So yeah, I love your hustle, man. Yeah, so you'll love it out here then. It's it's cool. It's great.
Absolutely.
I love it out here.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Eat some lobster.
Absolutely,
lobster.
Yeah. Eat whatever you want.
Yeah.
Man.
You gotta
Good,
eat
all
lobster.
kinds of good food. All right, guys.
Well, take it easy, Colin.
Peace, everybody.
Cheers, brother.
Right, see you, Colin.
I'll talk to you soon, Marcus. Peace, man.
I'm gonna light up another dab real quick here because it's that kind of day. It's Sunday and it's almost over. So soon, who knows what I could end up doing? I have a young child. He could pull me in any million directions right now. Recently, I took him to a place called Fun Park. Let me tell you about the Fun Park. Not only is there go-kart riding and mountain climbing, like indoor climbing on the walls, they have a giant arcade that has like 2 different mini golf putting stations. It's got a laser tag, bowling, like every video game you could possibly ever know, including all the pinball machines. For like $40 US for each of us to do like 5 hours.
It's a great price for some family time.
Dude, I might take them there today, to be honest. That's how like stoked I am on Fun Park. It's like a 50-minute drive, but I'm telling you, that is good fun. There's nothing more fun than having fun with like your 11-year-old son. When you first have a son, you don't realize that he's not really going to be able to do shit till he's around 8 or 9. But you really don't know that he's not going to really be able to do shit till he's about 10 or 11. And then the whole world just opens up and they can suddenly do everything. That's the time that when I've had my first son, I was like buying Lego shit when he was like 4 months old. I was like, oh, we got to get the Hot Wheels. It was like, dude, he's like, he can't even move. Like he's out. I was like, when's he going to move? I'm like, well, he's a boy. Might not move for a couple years. My daughter's like 9 months old, walking around. My boy's like, 18 months, still not walking. It's wild, the differences. The people that try to tell you there's no differences between boys and girls have definitely never raised boys or girls. It's insane. Like there's just a thing. It's just a thing. Like I didn't like train my son to be a boy. He was like 5 months old and we drove by a construction site and he started flipping out, and we figured out if we parked the car and let him watch the machines, he would calm down. And my wife couldn't drive by a construction site for like the next 2 years without him just like watching the trucks. And my daughter was like, what the fuck are we doing here right now? Did not want to watch the trucks.
Don't take him to an airport.
Oh my God. Seriously, dude. Holy shit. Well, he's older now, so that's not a worry. So let's finish it off. We got about 20 minutes. What's in the works for you guys for like the upcoming year or so for CannaBrand Solution? What is the plan? Where are we going to see you guys? Shows, events, sponsorships, new products.
Shows, your Hall of Flowers, MJ Unpacked. We're going to be kind of everywhere. We've got a team spread out across North America. We try to either attend or do some sort of sponsor or exhibit at, I would say, most shows. There's some small regional ones that we just can't get to, but we just try to be involved in the community, take a different approach and try to do things that are meaningful versus just kind of slap our name and logo all over the place. So kind of everywhere, launching some new products. Of course, C-Cell's roadmap, their product roadmap innovation, we're following that, but we develop our own custom products for our customers. So we're working on a lot of projects like with that, unique and different. and us going over to China last week allowed us to really tighten that relationship. And C-Cells, really their objectives too. I mean, to really have an efficient, affordable product, like we got to hit economies of scale. So that makes it a challenge for some smaller like extractors, but we're starting to kind of pool, combine resources and allow so that we can use that production line for multiple customers. And so we're really focused on trying to create more unique products for, like, Bubbleman, right? For your, maybe it's not the Vision Box, maybe it's the Vision Box plus something else. But yeah, we're busy. We're growing, and bringing Steven on is going to really help us kind of move that initiative forward with the innovation side and the extraction expertise, and his experience for 4 years working in the C-Cell lab. One thing that we didn't mention earlier was we actually bring our customers to the lab in Phoenix. They can either bring their oils with them, or they can send them there. And we'll do some testing on their oil to figure out, what oils work best with what products, or if just troubleshooting their own devices, right? That they have, maybe they're C-Cell, maybe they're not. So we bring customers there. We have a real active plan to do that, and also bring some of our team to China just to see kind of, I mean, it's eye-opening. So we're busy. I mean, it's almost April already, and we're just going, well, we don't have enough time for all this stuff.
Yeah, it's time can get away from you, that's for sure. I still don't know how I managed to do this for 4 hours every Sunday while there's so much else going on, and all of it is below like raising my son and spending time and hanging out with my kids. So then that's even crazier, because he'll take it all. He'll just be like, I need it all, Dad. I need all of your time.
I have 3 kids, so I know the feeling.
Me too.
Yeah,
Me too.
It's a lot of
Trace.
yeah.
But my kids are people now. I've got a 25-year-old and a 23-year-old. They're older. They're like, they're still got to deal with them to a degree, but nothing compared to our 11-year-old, who takes more time.
Rules the roost. Oh yeah, I got a 10-year-old who's probably waiting for me to walk out the door right now.
Well, the less attention you pay to them, the more time they'll spend on Roblox and like iPads and like other, nightmarish things, that 70 million children on Roblox. Like that's the
Mine's one of them.
Yeah, of course, all of our kids are one of them. And it's like, so where do you think the sickos go to fish? They go to fish where the fish are.
Scary.
So that we would limit his time, so he can't be on there for more than an hour. He gets an hour a day, and if he wants to spend it doing that, then that's it. He doesn't get any more time, and that way he's not being groomed by anyone. He's not being like hit up in private messages. Hey, I'm gonna give you this skin. Here's some Robux so you can buy a skin, right? The way they do it. There's
scary.
Yeah, there's a guy, Ryan Montgomery, I believe his name was. I think that's his name. And he is a hacker, an ethical hacker, and he's the one that exposed these Roblox predators. And he found they've got names. They're a group of people. There's apparently 30,000 of them on Roblox, and they have a long manual, a big manual that he downloaded that teaches them how to groom and trick young children. It's super fucking twisted and sick. So if your kid is on Roblox, don't let them be on for too long, and definitely monitor that shit, because giving these devices isn't necessarily giving your child access to the world as much as it's giving the world access to your child. Which is definitely, it's hard because your kid requires so much attention that you can't possibly give all your attention. And now we're living in a time where kids don't know how to be bored. They're not allowed to be bored, which is super dangerous, because all of creativity stems from boredom. Like creativity is born of boredom. And now the kids aren't allowed to feel boredom anymore. So it is what it is. Hopefully the pendulum shifts back, hopefully we can take back the focus of our kids, because right now it's being stolen. But we do what we can. Limit them.
So I think sports and, getting them out hiking and snowboarding and fishing and learning how to grow food, all the important things they're going to need to learn, not just these phones.
100%. That's like the key right there. The sports is amazing because they get involved with a team and they learn what it is to be accountable and responsible to your team. That's a huge, massive accountability lesson that you get in life. There's a shame that goes along with letting your team down. That's another thing apparently we're not allowed to feel anymore, is shame, which, come on, like when you've done wrong, it's okay to feel ashamed about it. It's like it's an important emotion, but they don't want kids to feel like they lost, so everyone gets a trophy and you can't shame. But like, there was a thing to be said for fucking up and having your team shame you a little bit and being like, I'm not going to do that again. Like, holy shit, that was the worst feeling ever. I grew up playing hockey. It was a big part of my life. I was the captain of my hockey team. I loved the leadership aspect of it, and learning the leadership role with a team is not about bossing your team around as much as it's about listening and sort of try to herd everyone into getting along, because everyone's not always going to get along. But sometimes the value is if you can find everyone's unique sort of perspective, that's how you build a proper team. And you're definitely not wrong about that, dude. Hiking and playing. If my son's not playing outside for like 9+ hours a day, he's not himself. He needs to be outside, on the trampoline, playing badminton or football or soccer or any other, sport. Mini sticks in the living room. Sometimes he'll play that for a couple hours a day. Bought me a really nice mini stick for my birthday, which isn't till next week, 31st of March, but he bought me an early. I was about to buy one on Craigslist and he's like, Dad, you can't do that. And he comes into my room and he's got this little ultra light mini, the larger mini stick that's like not quite the little ones that you start with, but now we've graduated to the larger mini sticks. And I'll tell you, it's much more fun bouncing it off his forehead with that good stick than it was with that bad stick. Don't worry, he feels the same way. He's always going for my face. Yeah. It's a little game we play. Anything else you guys want to share in regards to CannaBrand or individually yourselves? I mean, it sounds like Steven's going to be moving up there pretty soon, so that's got to be pretty exciting for you guys. What about what's in store for Danny or Mark?
Danny, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, on the personal side, I think it was kind of funny. You're like, man, if my kid's not outside for 9 hours a day, he's not himself. And I'm like, well, what about us adults, right? And I'm like, and that's a huge part of I'm like, okay, what are my goals this year? What do I have? And it's to be outside more, right? Like just grinding and grinding. There's a snowball effect where you're like, oh yeah, I worked 8 hours, but it's like, how much, what, we're too productive. And so I need to get up to the mountain more. I need to get in 20 days. I think I'm at 12. 20 days on the mountain snowboarding, and then figure out just that Danny's passion and energy exertion / getting energy balance with work, because the work's not meaningful or fun without that. And man, I wish I could be outside 9 hours a day. Wish I was a kid.
Oh yeah, dude. That's a good way to do it too. I thought I had more, but I've got 15 days on Whistler Mountain this year so far. Look at the lifts.
Let's go.
73.
Let's go.
I got the 73 on there. I didn't realize that.
Work shred balance is pretty good over there.
I shredded all day yesterday, and we shredded 2 days before that on Thursday. It was like a rainstorm. It was atmospheric river raining all over the mountain, but at the top it was like a blizzard. There was a blizzard up top, but we could only get to the bottom of the top. So it was like we kept getting up there and being like, holy shit, this is a epic blizzard, and then we'd have to go down. And so we deal with it as we do. The mountain it happens the way it happens, and because it couldn't happen any other way, because it didn't. So I just accept it, and I'll go again probably this week at least 1 or 2 times. And yeah, it's a good thing to make sure you get out as often as you possibly can. It was definitely my favorite part about being in Colorado was going outside.
Yeah, getting outside where I live is like outdoor mecca. So Mount Bachelor's 30 minutes away, rivers, lakes, hiking, biking. Like you guys, I need to get my 20 to 30 days on the snow. It's a little easier when you drive 30 minutes than having to drive an hour and a half or whatever. But yeah, that drives me, right? It drives me trying to get in shape in the fall, stay fit all summer, incorporate
Exactly.
as much cannabis into that process as possible. Definitely not while mountain biking, but probably everything else. But yeah, we travel a lot. Danny and I travel a lot together. So we share a lot of the same passions, and yeah, we're looking forward to, bringing this year home and having a successful 2026, because 2025 was good, but we learned a lot. When you grow fast, things break, and so we're gonna grow, but we're not gonna break things this year, right, Danny?
We're gonna break some things.
We'll break some things, but not
Yeah,
everything.
That's awesome,
yeah.
dude.
Yeah,
But we're gonna build more systems than we break.
Yeah.
There
I
you
think
go.
that's good.
And spend more time outdoors than you do
Yeah.
indoors.
and we don't
Yeah.
answer to anybody, right? Danny owns the company. I break a lot of shit. Danny lets me off pretty easily sometimes, but yeah, we don't answer to anybody, so we can do whatever we want, which is really cool. I mean, not a lot of companies can say that. So
Yeah, no, that's important. Sometimes the answering to people lead companies down very poor decision roads,
mhm.
especially
Yeah.
when the
Yeah.
people making the decisions just don't have a fucking clue, like whatsoever.
Yeah. And they're like, pay me now. And then you're like, oh, we have to change our values and how we operate, treat people to make short-term cash. And then you're like, oh, why aren't they in business anymore?
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Oh, the wrong people money.
Well, the wrong people money, the story of many, many cannabis companies. That is for sure. We've we watched a lot of it happen here in Canada. It's kind of seemed to mellow out a little bit. It seems like the people who are standing now are going to be the cannabis companies of, this time. Many, 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 many companies went bankrupt and disappeared, like beyond many.
Well, Daniel, I got to get out there and visit you guys, right? And connect with
Absolutely.
Drew. Yeah, I've got a lot of connections in Colorado from my PAX days and prior, but yeah, I want to come out and see you guys, see what you're up to, see if we can help you guys launch your products, because we have a good team
Absolutely.
here to be able to kind of get your crew up to speed on everything, including Steven, who was, of course, very integral in developing that Vision Box. So can definitely spit some knowledge on your team.
That'd be great. Yeah, we would love that. And we'd love to show you guys around down here in Southern Colorado and at the facility down in Denver.
Awesome. I would love to see it
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
you
so
guys should
you
definitely
guys
link
are,
up. Go ahead, Dan.
when do you guys get out to Colorado?
Anytime.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah.
yeah, I can travel anytime.
When's Ted out there next? I think it'd be cool if we could
Uh,
get Ted and Marcus out there.
yeah. I think May, right, Marcus?
Yeah, if it doesn't happen in April, it'll definitely be May. Exactly. Maybe like the middle of May, the first week of May.
Perfect.
All
Yeah,
right.
we have an
For me.
incredible space
Don't
for
think we-
throwing events as well at my buddy Kyle's place, the Reserve. It is the most pimped out, epic downtown Denver, right in the Milk District place that you just can't even believe it. It's so fucking ridiculous, dude. So
It's amazing.
we'll make sure we gather there and
Hell yeah.
do some puffing. Dude, did I smoke all that hash? I don't remember smoking that.
The story of my life.
No. Look. I found it.
Nice.
It was missing, but there it is. My one last dab of full melt bubble. I always used to call this poster hash because you could put a poster up with it.
Extra sticky.
Extra
Quake hold.
sticky. I mean, honestly, if I had enough, I believe I could put a car on the ceiling. Probably take like 3 or 4 kilos, and we wouldn't want to waste the full melt doing that. Although I'm sure if I had a YouTube channel with videos like that, I'd probably have, oh, he's wasting 20 kilos of bubble. Oh, I'm going to watch this. It's like, oh, sharing epic information about cannabis. Nah.
Brought to you by your sponsors, CannaBrand Solutions.
That's right. That's right. All right. Well, I'm having a dab while we close it out here. Last 5 minutes of a wonderful Sunday with the CannaBrand Solutions team, and Daniel, my partner, first time coming on social media and exposing himself to the whole world.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
I wanted to say you can check out these all-in-ones in Rocky Road, Aurora. Shout out to Malik and to George down there, and also at Rocky Road, Thornton, Ajoya, GVD, Green Valley Dispensary with Drew, and Rocky Mountain Cannabis as well. And that's just the beginning. A lot of people are sampling it out. A lot more to come up down the pipeline. And really excited to use this Vision Box. It's definitely my favorite.
Yeah, thanks for shouting those guys out. I get so many people hitting me up on Instagram, and then I'm like, fuck, I don't know the names of all the stores that have it. And then you kind of gotta, we're gonna try and build like an updated website where the brand, you can go on the brand and you can find out who has stock where live, because otherwise it's like and then people are like, hey, where are your pens in Colorado? And then I'm like, well, I don't know. Like, are you in the north? Are you in the south? Are you like in Denver? Are you in Colorado? Are you in Boulder? Like, where are you at? Like, you end up telling them like some place that's like a 5-hour drive away, which is never ideal for sure. All right, well, I'm gonna pop this little guy back in my bong, do one last rip before we say goodbye. Thank you guys for coming on. It's good to chill with you guys on a hash.
You're welcome. Stoked.
Yeah, this was super fun.
Yeah, dude.
Super fun.
Good hanging out with you guys outside of some event that we were at, you know. It's a hash church. And it will
better
go
than
for a long
church.
time. It is much better than church. We don't like impose our will on anyone here. Although I do think that Etienne's message was good, and you should let it impose on you a little bit. All people out there that are sitting back and listening, be imposed.
It hit the heart. It hit the heart for sure.
Get up your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for keeping up the good fight.
Yes.
What I do. I have a tattoo on my forearm.
God bless you.
It Daima Senshi, which is cannabis warrior.
Nice.
Had it for decades.
Fuck yeah. Cool.
Are you sure that's what it says? Or are you like, what if that guy was playing a joke on you and it
no
says
regards.
No
chicken.
No regards.
No regrets. No regrets.
Or it could, hey Mark, it could say mince out.
Possibly.
You guys know what mince out is in Mandarin?
I can guess.
What's that?
Low key horny.
Low key horny.
I don't know why someone taught me that.
That was on your prior trip.
Prior as in before, or prior the snowboard company?
Prior trip to China when I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Well, shout out to Chris Pryor anyway, who had a wonderful company. It still exists. Chris is unfortunately not with us anymore, but he started Pryor Snowboards. And made the awesome snowboards for the Whistler backcountry. Very, very good stuff. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for coming on. Thanks to the Press Club for sponsoring Hash Church always. They're our annual sponsor, as well as Puffco. Shout out to you both. And huge shout out to CannaBrand for spending the whole show with us and just being an awesome fucking group of homies that I'm always happy to see whenever we get to bump in, and more so now that I can come to the US. So we'll see. Maybe it'll be Colorado, because if you guys go in May, I will definitely go in May. I'm going to go there. In fact, I've been talking to Levi from Low Temp, and we're thinking of maybe doing a Bubbleman Low Temp course, like a 1 day, like come, spend the day making hash with me, and probably Dan will be there as well. Dan, if I do come out for that and we set that up with Low Temp, I'd like to come to the lab and work on the Osprey for a couple of days, make some kilos of hash, and then go teach the course. I think that would be really fun.
That'd be great.
So that'll be around May 15th. If I end up, we'll have to talk to Levi still, but hopefully that happens. And if it does, I'll see you guys. That would be the best time for you guys to come. Absolutely. Link up there, and maybe even make a little trip down to New Mexico on that same trip.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Awesome, guys. Well, thank you all for watching. We had a schwack of people watching the show today, and we appreciate you guys always. Thanks to Bingo Lombardi for holding down the chat. Boro Josh and Booth 9666 and Baker B Drew, all of the above. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks to the sponsors. Thanks to the CannaBrand team. And thanks to me, because fuck, if I wasn't doing this, none of you would be here. Just joking. You probably would be. Etienne would be hosting it. You don't need me. I just wanted to pull a Snoop Dogg there for a few minutes and be conceited. Comic value. It was funny, right? All right, everybody. May the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. And we'll see you next time on Hash Church. Peace out, everybody.
Thank you. See y'all.